Or it's beginning anyway. Can you tell me if it gets, like, when it's up?
I'm currently seeing an ad on Twitch. I'm not seeing anything on YouTube.
Okay. We're gonna play a medium. So I'm not having too bad of a time. My problem with these games is that I get, I'm really good at survival horror to an extent, but I have a tendency to... Also, I forgot that this setup
YouTube
doesn't...
is up to now.
Okay. YouTube's up? Awesome.
Yes.
So I need to add, like, a text box that says that you are here. Duplicate. And we're just going to switch this to I'm joined by... There we go. And then I'll just move it down so that it's there. Why do I stream so late? Because I have insomnia and I don't sleep like a normal person. And I was dealing with other stuff earlier today that made me feel not great. I meant to start like at 5. It is now 7:30. Thank you. I wanted a little bit of a horror look.
It is indeed a very good look.
This is one of my favorite horror games. It has caused you to have a panic attack before. That won't happen on stream though.
It is, I think, the only horror game I played that I do not have traumatic experiences with.
Really? Oh, that's good.
There is another one that I have played. I have so much trauma with it, I cannot name it without having a panic attack, so I will not.
I wish I could talk to you.
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you the story sometime if you're interested.
I'm sorry about everything.
It just gets mentioned in video essays a lot.
I can probably guess which game it is.
Probably.
Strange. Such a little thing.
Oh no, Queer Theory, it's 4 a.m. You should be asleep.
How many times
it's
you watched that
3:40
thing?
as well.
Guess you really miss her. Don't worry, we're almost there. You'll be able to look her up once we're on board. Sounds like you two have a lot of catching up to do.
All right, everyone, we're here. Sinking our orbit now.
All this trouble over that chunk of rock.
Deep space mining is a lucrative business, Miss Daniels. Aegis 7 is a gold mine according to prospectors' reports. Cobalt, silicon, osmium. Now, where is she?
Is there
There she is.
remake
We have
of
visual contact.
Deadspace?
What is the demake of Deadspace?
So that's Ishimura.
I know about the
The
remake.
USG Ishimura.
I mean, I question it,
Biggest planet cracker in her
especially
class.
Which
And it
is
looks
saying
like they're
someone
really
is of
off the
horrors I
corner.
wonder if I play, but I'll probably play the remake someday.
Why is it all dark? I don't see any running lights.
Also, sorry, there's
We'll take us in
cutscenes right
closer,
now.
Kelvin. And stay
We're
clear
chatting
of the
right
refill.
over.
We're here to fix their ship, not the other way
I
around.
cannot hear them, I'm sorry.
USG Ishimura.
Yeah.
This is the emergency maintenance.
Not sure I
team
can
of the
share
USG
screen
Kelvin
and stream at the
responding to
same
your distress
time.
call. Come in,
It's fine,
Ishimura.
it's fine.
You're gonna need to boost the signal if it power's low.
Yes, we know. Boost the signal. More.
Oh, it's like a 1998 style version of Dead Space. Okay, I kind of want to play that now because that sounds cool.
And like a Bloodman PSX, is it?
Yeah, probably it's probably that vibe.
What is that?
That would make the core a lot more
It's a
bearable.
busted array like we thought. Sounds like they're having problems with their encoder. You get us down there and Isaac and I can fix it. 48 hours max.
All right, you heard the lady. Take us in. Let's see what needs fixing.
Gravity tethers engaged. Automatic docking procedures a go.
What the hell?
Sir, the auto dock.
What is it?
It's on its high.
We're gonna hit the hull.
Hit the blast shields. Their guidance tether's damaged. Switch to manual, now.
Inside the magnetic field? Are you insane? Abort!
No! We can make it inside. Corporal, gave you an order.
Yeah, it is. PS1 still doing it.
It's too strong.
Everything's gonna go well. Everything's fine.
Is everyone okay?
Me every day.
What the hell were you
Be waking up from a trauma nightmare.
Yes. Oh my god,
If we
yes.
had aborted at that speed and distance, we'd have smashed right into the side of the Ishimura. Now settle down. Let's get to work.
I hate
Report.
trauma nightmares
I'm not getting
so
any
much.
readings from the port booster, and we've lost comms and autopilot. It'll take some time to fix.
All right. Let's get some extra hands from flight deck to help out.
Hold still, Isaac. I'm syncing up everyone's rig with the ship. Hey, we're done. Clean bill of health for everyone.
All right. We've still got a
Hey,
job.
Squid.
We're moving out.
What is Borbungus? Also, I'm guessing I didn't get the notification that there's a raid. Oh my god, there is a raid. Thank you so much, Squid Punk. Tris, do you have mod privileges on Twitch? Can you show
I
out
do
Squid
not.
Punk? Okay.
I'm sorry.
I will have to rectify. God, this game does a really good job of making you feel like you're
You didn't lose power.
like Isaac is just in a chunky engineering suit.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so the story I had about Deadspace
Yeah.
is I went to study game dev, which did not last because trauma. But after the I went to one open day and I was like, I would start studying here today if I
Get the
legally
powers
could.
down everywhere.
To need a high school
Get
diploma.
over here and hack the door pad.
So they had they had 4 branches. They cut the 4th one since, so they have programming, artist, and design, and then they had indie, where you did all 3. And they cut indie since, and they were like, oh, we're gonna change it so you can do a little bit of both. So I was going to make a design portfolio and a programming portfolio. And for my design, I was gonna write an essay on UI and HUD design, comparing Deadspace with Skyrim.
Seems like everyone was trying to pack in a hurry.
That is an interesting
Security detail in here.
to take. I think what's
Yeah? Well,
brilliant
there's not.
about Dead
There's
Space
nobody here.
is
Can't pick up any broadcasts.
I will do that questioning. Thank you. I will bump up Triss a bit.
I would say my logic, which I think made a lot of sense, is they are so innately opposite in their approach and their game, because Dead Space seeks to really immerse you, and as such, every single design element is made to blend in. Whereas in Skyrim, it tries to be as accessible to non-gamers as well. So everything is very pronounced and very separate from the game world.
Look, if we all
That's an interesting take on Skyrim. My opinion
Mostly-
is just that Bethesda's lazy, but
To be fair, one of the reasons I picked Skyrim is because during the open day, one of the people who was doing a thing on design wanted to talk about how bad Skyrim's design is, and had a representation of the skill tree UI, which was just no text on it, no pictures, just bars where the text would be, you know? And I was the only buddy who could guess that it was Skyrim. So I was like, okay, this means something, I need to use it, because I will impress that teacher.
Doesn't look good. Taking a lot of damage.
The tram system's offline. Getting around is gonna be.
see, I think Dead Space is one of the best examples of how to do diegetic UI that is both clear, concise, expresses everything it
hell
needs
was
to
that?
express,
Automatic quarantine must have tripped when the
while not
filtration
taking
system
you out
started.
of the reality of being
Everybody
Isaac.
relax.
Also, this fucking
What was that?
opening
Did you
is
hear
so
that?
cool.
Not sure.
So I think my dad and I found this game in a bargain bin at Costco when I was 9. And we knew nothing about it. It just looked cool. And this opening is seared into my brain for forever. Run! Run! I hate this opening. It's really good. I hate it.
don't know what it says about your dad. Even. Deadspace. That sounds good for a 9-year-old.
Listen, my dad and I... Oh, I was fast enough that they didn't even get the arm through before I clicked the button. Hi! Please let me know if the volume is acceptable. Chat, let me know if the volume is acceptable.
I think the volume is great because I have both streams muted. So I can't get jump scared.
Cut off their limbs! Cut off their limbs!
No, I really love this because they have to say it so much because playtesters genuinely could not figure out they were supposed to shoot off the limbs.
Yeah, but I actually think it's brilliant as like a design choice.
I mean, it gets the desperation over really well.
I can't remember how do you switch firing modes? No, that's reload.
I'm getting the ball. Hot fire is space. According to
Always step on the bodies. You get juicy rewards.
Sorry, I'm looking at the controls right now. Whenever somebody goes like, wait, wow, this says
You just look up the controls. Thank you.
yes.
Okay, is this one of the hallways where you get guaranteed jump scare no matter what you do?
According
Okay.
to Google, out fire on PC is space, but I think you need to aim because it's also stomp.
Yeah, it is.
So try aiming and pressing space, see if that works.
Cool. I don't need to heal right now. Oh, I already did it. I did figure that out once you said it. I remembered.
Nice.
Everybody listen up. They're using the vents. That's how they're getting around the ship. Stay away from down. Get back. Get back.
Thanks, Benson. That was really helpful.
Isaac! Isaac! God, I can't believe you made it.
Isaac, we ran into more of them on the way over here. Are you okay?
More what?
Am I okay? No!
Keep your voice down. They're not friendly, and half the doors on this ship are locked because of the quarantine. Now,
I love the fact that because
I
do
love
not have the
horror.
audio-
I'm really bad with it.
You're crazy.
Because I do not have audio and because there is a delay, I have no idea what you're talking about when you're referencing the game.
Okay.
what's wrong with it, ma'am?
That is why I put on the subtitles, so you can still read it.
Oh yeah, but like there's a delay.
I know.
I'm trying to like play 3D chess, trying to be like, okay, you said it a few seconds ago, does it come up now?
But you can. Isaac, if I can get to the bridge, I should be able to access the personnel files.
Like, look how fucking good this is as blocking.
And I'll help you find Nicole.
This game does good blocking from a directing standpoint.
I do good blocking on Tumblr.
Okay. Like scene blocking, like setting, you know, in theater or in film, when you're setting up a scene, you blocking is like how you position the people and the camera and everything. And what this game does a really good job of is blocking scenes and understanding how to add weight or like make the experience interesting for the player through how it structures the scenes. Why did I decide I was gonna play Deadspace on stream? Trace, why didn't you stop me?
It was your idea.
It was my idea. Okay, that's where we need to go, so we're not gonna go there.
I mean, like, I'm here regardless. Like, if you change games, I will still leave, but
Yeah, we'll see.
don't hold me accountable for your decisions.
This thing was standing a second ago, so we're just gonna... Yep! Hive! Get stomped on. I'm glad you liked it, Ricochet. A safe station. I probably will be much less anxious once I've died at least once, but until then...
Defense and tram engineering. We think we figured it out. Smith killed one. Listen, forget about shooting him in the body. You gotta cut off the limbs. Grab a cutter, anything like that. Cut him apart.
I think I have that, but I don't really consider them horror, but I guess I've also played those a lot. Resident Evil games.
Yeah.
They're like scary until you've already done it once.
Yes. I hate how
Like,
weird the mouse feels in the menus of this game.
I did Resident Evil 1 on stream, and then like that took like 3 streams or something, and then I looked up like a playthrough of how to get like the less than 2-hour run. I watched it like twice and then just did it in one go.
Shooting them in the body didn't seem to work. Go for the
Because-
limbs. Dismember them. That should do the job.
Once you know how the game works, it really is just a puzzle.
Can you tell that this game had to do some conveyance on cutting off limbs? I forgot how often the first game says it. That is the 7th, or like 6th or 7th instance of cut off their limbs we have either visually or auditorily heard so far.
It's like... There is like one streamer, or I really forgot the name of it, even if I knew the name I would say it. It's like really famous for not having a clue on where to go.
Yeah.
And I actually saw like one of those clips of that person playing God of War and like being completely clueless was like used in
Oh my god!
games.
Target it, please. Thank you, game.
And like that clip got like used at Gamescom to be like, so this person who has no clue what is going on can still clearly see because the camera moves like this. And then they complain about there being too much yellow in the new Resident Evil.
There's too much yellow in the new Resident Evil. What?
So, and
Nope,
the
no, don't
original
like that,
Resident
don't
Evil,
like that, don't like that, don't like that. Where is it, 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 where is it?
You don't like yellow?
No, I don't like the fucking... The lights are out, and I don't have a flashlight!
So in the original Resident Evil 4, the lighting is like baked in, so all the interactable objects have like a different lighting level that's like very obvious. So if you
Yeah.
walk into an area, you can immediately see what you can interact with. But newer engines don't have that because we have like real-time lighting rendering.
Yeah.
So they gotta make it clear when you can interact with something, and the way they did it is if it's like a breakable object, there's always like a yellow paint or tape on it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise people will complain that they cannot tell what they can interact with. But then people start complaining about, oh, it's too obvious. And like, I kind of agree with the sentiment of it would be cool if it's an option you can turn off.
Stasis module should be able to help you with
Because
that arm
Mirror's
mechanism.
Edge had that, and like one of the higher difficulties when vision is turned off. Because normally free run objects you can interact with are red. In normal Mirror's Edge, but in a higher difficulty they don't get that overlay anymore, so you need to either memorize the levels or just be really good at recognizing the terrain. But that's really hard to, like, are you gonna have alternate textures for literally every interactable object?
Yeah. Ah, fuck. Stasis is out. And I need it for this puzzle.
Listen up, car race is
You
flat.
get more,
Get it
so
back to
just
repair.
refill of
Now the
time.
auto loader was fried. I need a stasis module brought down here now. Get this piece of shit off the track. Let's jam up the whole system.
Okay, how do I re-up my stasis?
It's a limited resource that you need for puzzles. Oh, that's gonna give anxiety.
Okay.
Replacing damaged tram car. Please stand by. Isaac, you did it. The tram is blocking the whole system. When you get the computer online, you'll be able to call the tram from the control room.
We did it!
Faster the better. I can hear something
Oh,
crawling.
here's the stasis recharge. I am silly and wasted a stasis recharge module. Hello!
Okay, so my
Enjoy
point
losing
earlier
your
about
leg
the
and get stomped in the head. I hear another one.
I was gonna make a point about like, oh, that's
sorry.
anxiety inducing because you can run out of stasis when you really need it.
Yeah.
But no, they just have a refill station.
I am just not aware when anxious. God, the sound of body parts glitching into the floor and like floppily slowly physics glitching is a noise that is happening. Okay, where do I need to go next? Also, can we talk about how fucking good the inbuilt like laser tells you where to go thing is? It's just fucking good design. They're above me.
I really love such an universe.
Hi. Okay, that's fun. It's gonna come at me from behind at some point.
Horror games. Yeah, it's I have a thing where open world games I hate when it's
Yeah.
just a compass.
Yeah, like I think the Skyrim like follow dot thing is kind of boring, whereas this, as in like an active thing you have to engage with, is interesting.
It's like even just I'd often rather have nothing than a compass pointer because one interesting example is most Ubisoft open world games, which are
Whoa, that thing
every
jumps!
Every single one I've played has such good and clear world design.
Yeah.
And you can always navigate by landmarks if you are comfortable navigating yourself. And yet they always have these really repetitive compass pointers. So you just end up going, oh, there's a compass over there, okay, let me run across this mountain.
Yeah. I think I actually bit my lip there. I'm excited. I can't remember how to heal. Defaults. No, I didn't want to reset to defaults. I wanted to know.
Is it not just like in your inventory?
No, you can, there's a way of doing it automatically.
F.
Is F? Okay.
Yep, and for status packs it's C.
F is not working.
And then this website is lying to me.
I've healed, it's fine.
Oh,
What's funny is Dead Space 1 makes me legitimately anxious and Dead Space 3 does not.
The maintenance bay unlocked. The data board should be somewhere inside.
it's Q. because for some reason they put the new ones on top and the old ones on the bottom.
Okay. Where is a fucking save point? I want to save. Thank you. Yes, Ricochet. That is accurate. I'm gonna accidentally eat lipstick because of
Isaac,
fighting
you
my...
need to find the data board to the tram computer. It's in the maintenance bay.
I mean, as long as it's edible lipstick.
It's Kendra. It looks like the door to the
I'm
storage
not sure
room
if
is
it
locked.
is.
There should be a
I
key
mean, I think
somewhere
all
in the
lipstick is
maintenance
technically
bay.
edible. It doesn't mean you want to be consuming it. Oh, this game just manages to, like... Oh god, there you are. This game captures a specific vibe and mood. That I don't think anything else quite captures except for Alien. Like, very specifically the first Alien film. Not Aliens, not Alien 3, but very specifically Alien 1 and... I'm aware you were loud! Sorry.
Chloe really wants to watch Alien.
I love Alien. I will watch Alien anytime. If y'all want to watch Alien, we can watch Alien. I still want to make gender and capitalism in the Alien franchise a big giant piece on every piece of Alien media. Like, down to, like, when I was still taking notes on that and stuff, and I was, like, kind of working on it, I was, like, reading the novelization of the film and, like, using that to inform analysis.
Nice. Some 9-3 Lilligan in chat says, I remember I tried to make a Resident Evil 1, but even with non-tank control mode, I could not handle the inventory management. I fucking love the inventory management in Resident Evil.
Valid. Not my thing, but...
It's like... I get overwhelmed really quickly, but that's the kind of puzzle.
I was hoping I could stop him. I was hoping I could stop him first. Get punched. Get punched.
Yeah, when it's like a game mechanic like that, when it's really fun. The strategy and keeping off its side, I find it so fun.
I need more plasma energy before I waste it on goons. You're not dead. I know you're not dead. Fuck you. Hey, Fractabelle. Yeah, this game lives rent-free in my head for sure. It has just stuck with me since I played it as a little kid. I didn't even get that far, but I did watch my dad go all the way to the ending.
Nice.
Okay, what am I supposed to do?
I get really overwhelmed with a lot of Skype games.
Yeah.
But if I can be very honest, and people who know me would immediately think this is such a me thing to say. I managed to get through Resident Evil because I'm so fucking gay for Jill Valentine.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I really need to adjust the sensitivity so that it's higher. I'm gonna get hit from behind, aren't I? Give me juicy items, please. No such luck, unfortunately. The origin of the Deadspace stomp, I'm not sure there is an origin beyond, like, this game. I think it came out of the limb dismemberment system of this game, you know? Because it has so much crawling shit as a result of limb dismemberment. God, I hate those noises. This game, they actually had to tone it down a bunch during development because they realized they had made it too anxiety-inducing. Yeah. There's all the little sounds and the creaking of the bulkheads and the everything.
I think for the voice actors, all the weird series of grunts and hurts are like the fun part.
Am I afraid, Jesse? I don't know if afraid's the right word for it.
Use power nodes to upgrade your weapons and rig.
We can upgrade our weapon. Also, Jesse, you're welcome to come chat if you feel like it. I'm sorry, I know I should be working on animation, but I was having a bad time, and I needed a mental break for it.
It's my fault. I've physically forced Aronok to go play Deadspace right now. Me 10 minutes earlier. I did not make this choice, it's your fault. I have heard so much of Signalis, but I famously, if it has a emotional ending, it'll fuck me up for months.
Oh yeah,
So
you can't play
it.
You can't play Signalis. That's very understandable. I should probably play Signalis this month. I still really want to make my video about Signalis and the applicability of trans art and trans genocide, but like, as you can guess from that last bit, writing that video makes me very sad.
It's like I watched Codex Entry's video and that fucked me up for like a few days because I have a lot of intrusive thoughts about the fear of a partner dying. So I cannot handle it immediately.
Understandable. I like obviously Ruby's a friend of mine, and so like I bought the game because Ruby was like, you should play this game, and I was like, okay. Because really, if Ruby tells me to play something, I'm probably gonna play it. That is an enemy.
It's like you would think I would love Signalis because I also like really love Resident Evil games, so I would really love the gameplay. But I would need to quit like right before the ending and write my own.
Yeah. Oh, Val, I was actually talking about that in the Patreon Discord earlier today. Because, yeah, cyberpsychosis is... I am only bringing up this topic because someone already brought it up in chat. Because a patron got upset about me saying it was...
I think I missed that convo though. Did it happen in the server?
Yeah. You were there for it. You
was
participated
that
with the
a while
ending.
ago?
Yeah, like today.
I have dissociative amnesia.
I know.
I do not presume I remember anything.
I relate. But I was letting you know that you were there for that conversation.
Okay.
Or at the end, at least the end of it. But yeah, I have a lot of opinions about cyberpsychosis as a concept and why it is bad. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. No, fuck
Because
you. Fuck you, game. Do not do that to me. Yeah.
When you told me about the fact that, like, the person who brought that up left, I will be honest, I was being very nosy and started going into the applicable channels, seeing if I saw, like, a white name.
Don't be nosy about it. I... People are saying... Oh, wait, we got the tram back online. Whew. Here's a problem, is that these games make me anxious, but it also makes me really good at them because I'm anxious, and thus I'm like, enemy, I know where the enemy is. You can't trick me, game. Yeah, I have a condition where the why cyberpsychosis sucks is applicable as well, so...
Strange. The quarantine just lifted.
Whatever was in the flight lounge must have left. That's
Also,
lucky for
like,
us. Isaac, get back
kind
to
of-
the Kelly-on and prep it for launch.
I understand
We'll find out what
why
we can from the
people
bridge and
have
meet you there.
a
If we live that long, you're
An
out of your league,
philosophical
Hammond.
interest
This is
in
suicide. We're going to
Your
die
lack of
out here.
confidence
what
in
it would
me is really
psychologically
noted,
do
Miss
with
Daniels.
someone to have your
But I have a mission to complete,
replaced,
and
for
that's
example.
exactly what
Yeah.
I am going to do, with or without you.
But when that
We
starts
understand each other.
becoming,
Just get us
you
out of
lose
here
your
alive.
humanity when you start using disability aids, it gets a little bit fucked up.
It gets a little fucked, and the problem is that the way that they say you lose your humanity is psychosis. You know?
Yeah.
A real thing that actual people experience, which just tells you all you need to know about how those writers, and the people who defend that shit, view certain types of mentally ill people. And it's very, very gross. Not a fan. Oh, I don't like this. Somebody's gonna jump out behind me. $5.
I'm willing to take that bet.
Yep.
Wait, no. Oh,
Oh,
this
no.
is the tentacle bed, isn't it? Oh, I know this hallway. I know what happens in this hallway.
Oh?
I know it. I remember it. Eventually a tentacle's gonna come out of that vent and it's gonna grab you. One of the times when you're running through it and you're so used to that hallway being safe.
Always
'cause you've been
destroy
through it a few
bodies.
times.
Always, always, always destroy bodies. Trust nothing.
Yeah, it's one of those hallways where you keep going through it and nothing happens, so you eventually start thinking, oh, this hallway is actually safe.
Yeah.
And then it starts, then it, like, fucks you over.
Yeah, no, Val, it's like, Cyberpunk 2077 is so frustrating, and while I did want to talk about the stuff when I shit on it for the transphobia, I felt like it needed to be focused on the queerness, because that was the topic of that video. You know? Okay. I know you're in here. Stop running away, you little shit! Get back to me. They're gonna jump out from behind.
Thing that really
Yeah, there it is!
frustrates me with Cyberpunk is
Let me aim
I
my
wanna
weapon! Let
play
me aim my weapon!
I want to play it because, and anybody who knows me will immediately think, yeah, fucking course, that's why I want to play it. Beauty of ours is fucking hot. And that's why I want to really play Cyberpunk. But the way Johnny kind of feels like the most pluralphobic way you can write that kind of story.
Yes!
And I fucking hate Johnny.
I hate it
Not-
so much, and so it layers with the transphobia, right? But this idea that
Isaac,
one,
it's a nightmare up here.
like
No
the
survivors.
two,
We're going to try to get to the command computer. Wish us luck.
what should we, which term? Because it's like two people, but like two minds or personalities or whatever can't exist
I mean,
in the
like-
same head, and then that'll destroy the brain or whatever is just like provably false.
I talked to you before about like my plural experience and how it relates. And I know you know what are plural systems, but for people in chat who don't know plural systems personally, it is like a very common thing with plurality, or the main thing about plurality is you share a body with someone else. And Cyberpunk 2077's main conceit is it is physically impossible for you to share a body with someone else because it's going to kill you. And then when Johnny first shows up, he gets violent against you, and one of the most harmful stereotypes around plurality is the harmful or violent alter stereotype.
It's super fucking common, and it's where you see shit like... See, this is what I mean by I'm paranoid when I play this game. I'm literally maxed out my inventory of ammo in a game about inventory management.
But it's like, he's also just a bad leftist.
Yeah, he sucks because they don't understand leftists or Johnny Silverhand as a character. Because Johnny Silverhand as a character, like in text of the original stuff, would never pull the shit that Johnny Silverhand, the character in the game, does. And it's unfortunate because I don't think it's Keanu's fault, and I think Keanu does the best to make that character more personable than the writing ever gives him a chance to be. But like, I have a friend who's like really into the lore of Cyberpunk, and has similar criticisms with the cyberpsychosis and everything. They're like a fan of it, but they're not awful or anything.
And of course, there is also the aspect of Keanu cannot really just rewrite the character in his own performance against what the director is telling him he should do, because that would also be unprofessional. So if he is given a bad script, he kind of has to do the bad script as well as he can.
Yeah, like it's a job, and this is why I hate when people say like, oh, that actor is bad because they like executed a bad script and direction well. You know what I mean? And I'm like, that's not bad acting, that's bad direction and writing. It is not their fault that
I sometimes think like there are aspects like when it starts getting bigger the territory.
Yeah.
Where I would start thinking like, fire your agent. You need a
definitely.
agent. Because of course they're not gonna read every single script that they pay for themselves, but like,
Those are at home.
this has an effect on your brand image.
Oh, definitely.
Fire your agent.
I was talking more like people saying someone's a bad actor skill-wise because of like a bad script and bad direction. That annoys me because someone was complaining about Keanu. Someone was talking about Keanu Reeves being like bad and not having range, and I'm like, wrong. Keanu Reeves just doesn't get often the chance to play different types of roles. But when Keanu does play different styles of roles, he executes them perfectly, and he executes the style of roles he generally gets cast in perfectly as well. So
I can't access that information.
I have such
Find the captain and you'll find his rig. With his authorization codes, I can crack his computer wide open.
Because I will be talking about it for an hour.
Isaac,
But on
I'm sending the tram back to your location.
Lara
Get to the
Bailey.
medical deck and find that rig as fast as you can.
What was that?
That's all I gotta say. She keeps getting typecast as the exact same voice because she has a really soft and typically quite attractive feminine voice. So she keeps being cast to use that same voice. She has range. She is just told, no, actually, we want you to do this voice.
yeah, like it's like for example, I have a really wide range of voices I can do. I can do a lot of stuff. A lot of times when people ask me to do voices, they ask me to do my usual narration voice, right? So just because I'm like, if you only saw videos and stuff where I did that narration voice, right, and then you said, oh, Aeronaut can only do one type of voice, you would just be objectively wrong. You just would have happened to have seen these like instances where where I was doing
Yes.
this
I know
one
exactly
thing.
which voice you mean. I know exactly the voice you mean. Because I watch like a lot of... Like if it's somebody that I know you're gonna collab on, I'm probably gonna watch it.
Yeah.
I will say, if I ever get a video project far enough into production, I promise I will give you the funniest voice I can find.
Oh, just let me play with it. Like, I'm so excited for people to hear the wild voices I did for some stuff for Lady Night. because I do my traditional, like, I wrote a segment for her Six of Pros video on chronic illness and chronic pain, as it relates to Kaz, because Kaz is a really good disability rep, and
yes.
Where's the safe? Sorry. But yeah, so but I also like voiced a bunch of really awful. Oh, I can just instantly get level 2 suit. That's why. Yeah. That means people really wanted to see me scared. There's a decent number of people watching.
Yeah.
What was I saying?
Talking about Kaz and Lady 6 across.
Yeah, but I also had to voice a bunch of awful hate comments she's gotten, and I did a lot of really wild villain voices.
Yeah, so
I expect some very weird voices that are me but might not sound like me.
It's if I get you to do Vow's voice for my Star Wars Old Republic video, if I ever get it far enough in the completion, the way his voice works in the actual game is so monotone. Like, I want you to go for the very sadistic serial killer who has a little bit too much fun with it vibe.
Okay.
Just your best villain voice.
I feel like that could easily verge into. I don't know. You and I aren't going to do that, but I feel like with the wrong person, that could easily verge into.
Yes, that's why I would want someone like you to do it. Not. It should be noted, Kenvo as a character is not that way. He is that way because of ideology. He's because he's super dark side.
Yeah.
And he is super loyal to.
Oh yeah, he's someone who enjoys doing violence and things, and it has nothing to do with.
Yes, he is also super loyal. Oh, which one was it? The Sith Lord to the Code, who was also mentioned in Coda. So he's just kind of like.
I need another note.
Yo, you want me to kill this person for you real quick? Because I would absolutely love to do that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the type of voice, but just... There's a lot of fun you can do. I'd say the worst... Yes, Ipo. It is. How are you doing? What was I gonna say? The worst, like... sanest voice delivery I've heard in a while was Brett Spiner as a really bad version of the Joker in Young Justice, because I've been rewatching Young Justice, and I was shocked that like the worst part of that show is easily its handling of the Joker. And there's this one line from him where and for some reason they've kind of straightify Poison Ivy, and she's like into Joker. It's awful. It's the worst thing I've ever seen in anything. It makes me want to curl up and bleh. It's just
it's like, with the exception of Harley Quinn, which is like the only one that actually handled her quite well as a bisexual character. She only really works either as ace or lesbian. She does not work as a straight character.
Yeah, I think you can handle Poison Ivy in a bi way. Absolutely, I think that's great when done well. But generally, most versions of her read far better as.
It's like, I think it says well like Harley Quinn. Villainy is just a job there.
Yeah.
So the fact that she really fucking despises men is not as much of a character trait as it is in the shows where like the villainy is taken seriously.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like so much of Poison Ivy's writing is often like a complete aversion to men.
Yes.
So it's a little weird when. I'm sorry, you can't. I can't let you turn into a xenomorph. Necro. Anyway, someday I'll probably write a script of why Deadspace is the best alien adaptation we've ever gotten.
You're gonna have so many people be weird about that because of Alien Isolation.
I don't like Alien Isolation.
It's.
I get why people like it.
I have a friend who cannot do horror who streamed it.
Yeah.
And
I think it's
was, like,
scary and
constantly
everything. But
oh yeah, but like the thing about it is one of my authors is very much like the monster fucker type. And just like I was sitting there mostly to like support my friend who was reading. My friend was terrified. And I was just constantly cursing after this animal.
Find Nicole. Looks like the crew barricaded the door to the emergency wing. You have to go through it to get to the morgue.
That must be an experience. It's always weird having like
and a shock pad from zero-G therapy.
Yeah.
Should be down the corridor.
One person's freaked out and the other person's like, yes.
It's Officer Transcore, which was educated by a dude named HRT Geigo.
I mean, you're not wrong. What's that thing I saw a while ago that was really funny that was related to all of that? That was related to H.R. Geiger, and it was basically someone being like, H.R. Geiger is like this because he had a threesome with 2 trans women and never came back the same. It's like, what? And they had like actual support for that. It was very weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Always stomp the bodies. Sometimes you get free shit.
Can you believe this was all just a tangent from Cyberpunk 2077?
The USS Ishimura is just like every OSHA violation possible. Oh no, are we in the medical wing? Oh no, I don't like the medical wing. I don't want to be in the medical wing. Tris, I don't want to be in the medical wing. The medical wing has the scary guy.
It's okay, you can do this.
No! 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 Not a quarantine zone! Not a quarantine zone! Where are you? Hello! Scary creatures. Let me stay. No! Aim your stasis properly, you bastard. I need to up my sensitivity again. Okay, let's try that. It's a problem of like in menus and stuff, the mouse feels too fast and weird, but then when aiming a weapon, it's like slow and clunky.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Thank you for your money. I know there's still some of you around. I know you're in there! Where the fuck are you?
Asking, and Chad is asking how does one get turned into a necromorph?
Let's talk... To get to that, let's talk about misrepresentations of madness in games and eldritch horror. So,
We knew it was gonna be brought up eventually.
A lot of media plays with this thing of like objects and things that induce madness, right? You see it all over Lovecraft's work in particular, and that I'd say was the primary influence on both xenomorph design and the idea behind it. But basically, there's these things called markers. I'm spoiling a lot of lore, by the way. There's these things called markers. They are alien artifacts, and being near them slowly, like, infects the minds of the people around it. And it starts with just, like, mild hallucinations and things, but it kind of progresses worse and worse, and people start worshipping the marker. And, so there's a big, like... Please let me aim. Please let me aim. Trying to explain complicated lore, well... See, I have a bit of a hyperfixation on the Deadspace franchise from a lore standpoint. I like, watched all the animations and stuff, and, like, would dig into things way back in the day when I was a kid. It had a profound effect on me. Because weirdly enough, even bad representations of madness kind of tend to draw me in to some extent. I think just because it's, you know, relatable. So,
we get the crumbs we can get.
Yeah, we get the crumbs we can get. Okay, I should go sell some stuff and come back.
You know, the entire time you were like explaining the markers, I was just waiting for the best moment to go in my most boomer voice ever. So it's just like my grandkids and there are phones.
I mean, you could read it that way, and I think that would be a legitimate, if poor reading of what this is about.
I think that's precisely the point, Doctor. God's work.
I'm not so sure of that. We have to assume that the colony's problems are somehow connected to the marker.
You can assume all you want to. I do not. The marker is glorious and divine. You know that.
God moves in mysterious ways.
Anyway, we'll have it on board tomorrow. You can analyze it all you want to. What are you so worried about?
Worried? Captain, people are dying down there, killing each other. Is this madness, the transformation unitology teaches us?
Doctor, Terrence, there will always be risk when the stakes are high. And here, they're enormous.
Could someone check if that's, Martok from DS9? That voice actor makes me think of Martok.
What is a character's name in Deadspace?
I don't remember, but I bet if you just look up the actor for Martok and then search Deadspace on their IMDb. But what is nice is that the games, you know, like, as much as they were doing the whole thing of, like, you know, the eldritch, incomprehensible object is infecting the minds thing, the games place you in the role of experiencing those hallucinations and things, and is at least, you know, maybe not in perfect ways, but it is empathetic, you know? And it also very clear that, like, this isn't the same thing as, like, real mental health. It is like more like getting a virus in your brain, you know, like a parasite that infects the flesh. And so yeah, so eventually people start getting morphed. So that's the xenomorph thing. Where are you, baby? I know you're here. I do not like the baby. I don't like the baby. I do not like the baby at all.
Looking at IMDb, the voice actor that showed up when I looked up my talk actor did voice a character in Deadspace.
I was correct. So yeah, like the twist of this game's story is that Isaac is actually experiencing marker madness the entire time. Pretty much. Like, even from before, like, basically from the beginning of the game onwards, Isaac is experiencing the effects of this stuff. And so, Yeah, the necromorph baby creatures are the most horrifying things ever. I don't like them. Please leave me alone. They're little baby men. I don't like them. Okay.
I will say the vibe I sometimes get from the writing of games like Dark Souls is like takes a massive blow from a blunt.
Should be able to melt through the barricades.
Do you imagine if hallucinations were real?
I can hear something.
You're not wrong. Like, that is definitely the vibe of this thing. And this the thing is that, like, a lot of this media deals with, like, a 19th century understanding of mental health. So obviously it's just a little bit outdated.
It's just, it's notable. It's really easy to notice when it's an allegory, and when it's when it's treated as a fictional concept.
Yeah, and I think, like, it's messy. It's definitely messy in Dead Space. Okay, I think I can just... I don't need 4 entire stacks of plasma energy. And I think I can sell a small med pack. I can afford to do that. We're gonna get another power node. Okay.
Let you sell your only weapon. Oh, that's an interesting option.
Anyway, sorry. Markers and their purpose. So yeah, in Dead Space, markers basically they infect the minds of the people on a station, and in so doing, they... Okay, cool. There's an upgrade table this way. What was I saying? So yeah, in Dead Space, markers basically get human beings to do what they need to do by, like, infecting them with, you know, the thoughts and whatever that'll lead to those people doing whatever the marker needs to do. And basically what they try to do is they try to activate the marker. Activating the marker causes this. Let me shoot. Let me shoot him! Sorry, I'm distracted by game. I did not like that. So yeah, basically the marker infects people, and once it's activated, it causes really awful stuff. And do I want more health, or do I want to upgrade my plasma cutter's damage? Because I have enough to go straight for a damage and a cap upgrade. Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight for that.
Straight, you say?
What was it saying?
Straight, you say?
Hmm.
You're gonna go straight for that?
I see your point. I see what you mean.
I'm just being a little shit.
How dare you? Basically the goal of The goal is to get the marker activated. Once the marker is activated, it starts getting meat. It needs meat. And the ultimate goal is to create what is called a marker moon, which is basically like, imagine a giant moon made of meat.
You know, listening to it now, it's just the Reapers from Mass Effect, with more outreach and less robotic.
What does a meat moon do? Consume entire civilizations. Deadspace, I think in certain ways is about entropy. It's about ways in which where are you? Sorry. About the ways in which like belief can cause people to do terrible things. It's about the collapse of societies, and it's a very weird franchise. I mean, Isaac's helmet is Isaac's helmet is airtight, so I would assume that it would block out the smell of rotting corpses. Yeah. But yeah, Deadspace definitely, its relationship with mental illness and things is Saturday morning cartoon levels of understanding.
Your air visa will appear when you are in a vacuum.
It's not good. I still enjoy these games, but that part is not great. And that's one of the things that I think people don't get. Like, when we talk about misrepresentations or mishandling of representation of things, it doesn't mean I hate the work of art or that you can't get other things from it. It's just that element of it is not good.
Just want it to be bad.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like,
Your ammo counter will flash red if you can't jump to a surface.
what was I saying? I got distracted.
Honestly, I got distracted.
But this game tutorializes really well. Like, it's really well designed.
Great. You got a shock pad. Combine that with the
Like,
thermite.
I was saying in episode 4 that I have the most interesting movement systems.
I can hear more coming.
I think that is because horror is so engaged. Making sure you are engaged on every level. That,
Yeah.
like, they have to make the combat and movement systems engaging. you know, like Skyrim, for example, can kind of get away with combat being because you're not really in it for it. In a horror game, if the combat is so frustratingly difficult, you're not gonna want to play, and if it's too easy, you're not gonna be engaged.
Yeah, like it's a really fine balancing act for sure. But I do think that horror tends to create a certain design mindset that's really positive.
Yeah. We were unfortunately told in game desk school, and even when we made a really good prototype, that we were not allowed to make horror for one of the projects because it was too difficult.
Which is so funny because so much of the indie scene has become about indie horror. You know, small team horror.
It's such a good prototype. It's like we were working in groups, and there were like kind of 3 rounds of it.
Yeah.
And every round, half the projects, half the groups would need to abandon the project and incorporate into another group. So like the group kind of got larger as you went. The group that I was in got incorporated every round.
No.
It's like the first idea was horror, and like it was good. We just needed another programmer because I wasn't good enough programming to do it myself.
Yeah.
It's also how I discovered I'm really good at prototyping, really bad at like specifics, which is why I don't want to go back into programming. If I ever go back into game dev, I would go into design, because I think I have enough programming experience to be a really good bridge between programming and design, and to make like really quick prototypes. Like I have my niche.
Fuck you! Sorry, not you, Triss. I am talking to the little baby-faced man that jumped out of a vent at me, and I saw him, and I was too slow to react.
But yeah, because horror was seen as too difficult, we had to abandon it. I don't actually remember what our second project was. We got incorporated into, and then we ended up with like this really generic fun adventure game, which honestly was like the most projects we got on, if I remember correctly. Unless I'm thinking of a different one.
Let me aim.
But it was relatively achievable. So
yeah. Yeah, my design projects definitely weren't the best things ever, because basically what happened on both of them, one of them was just that people were being assholes. The other one was just that COVID happened right in the middle of the project, is that I ended up having to do like 90% of the work.
Yeah, that sucks.
So at the beginning of COVID, I had a very bad time at the beginning of COVID. I had what can be best described as a complete mental breakdown, because I spent a month and a bit with basically no other human contact, and I basically would program for 8 hours, and then I'd sleep for 3, and then I'd program for 8 hours, and I'd eat. And I was locked in the house, and so I was just trying to be really, really careful because I'm chronically ill, and it was, yeah, concerning.
One day I will.
Sorry?
No, go ahead.
And yeah, so that month was a bad time. That was a not good.
Not a smooth adjustment, which impacted your academic performance.
So I got good marks. Some of my teammates did not, because the projects were pretty good once I got them done. But I was doing 2 project classes simultaneously, and I ended up taking on 90% of the work for both of them. So that final month was just like, yeah. The mental illness was illness.
It's under quarantine until we learn more.
The madness was maddening, I don't know.
He of all people should know that.
It's probably not the best language to be using or whatever, but I don't care. That's honest to what I was experiencing. No, 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 not these things, not these things. I hate these things.
Thank you, Softface. I think it's a great name myself, but I might be slightly biased.
I hate these things. I hate them a lot. Sorry. What we were talking about?
One day I want to pick the game because I have ideas, but
Yeah, I will make games eventually. My long-term goal was always to get back into making games. I have projects I'd like to work on. We shall see.
I noticed I cannot work on such a big project by myself.
Yeah.
And then I eventually have like one of those friends who has never done a game dev project who was like, oh, let's do a game dev project.
And you're like,
and they have no idea how much work it actually is.
Yeah, like it is a lot of work. Okay, what do I have right now? We can sell that much energy. I need some healing. I need healing. Okay, I got 2. Those. I don't need an air canister right now.
Interesting question, maybe. If you could make any kind of game, like screw all the restraints, what would you want to make them?
Okay, you're through.
Open world game. But like with actual RPG writing, like good RPG writing.
What was the first word you said?
This is
open world.
Medical Officer Nicole Brennan,
like an open
shipwide.
world RPG.
We need
game.
more help. We don't have the
but probably more in
to
the end
deal
of
with
like
this many
a.
cases. Nobody would tell us what's happening.
It's hard because they have to be very specific to this type of story I want to tell. You know what I mean?
To deal with this.
But
Get up to the table.
I don't know. There's a lot of games I'd love to make.
Hold him down.
One project I've had in mind is like kind of
that was Nicole, right?
like a company manager.
I can't tell from here when that log was made.
The base idea of it is
sure
setting
she's
up
around
a
here somewhere.
having to set like a you know, going to an uninhabited planet in space, and you just need to like make everything that you have. But one of the core conceits would be, instead of just being one person with everything automated or everything being machines, you would have like actual workers, and you would need to actually look into how you treat your workers. So if you, with bad worker management, they can start a communist revolution. But also, like, I would be really interested in seeing the aspect of there are forms of optimization you can do, but there are also human rights abuses.
Why would you choose to write something so actively opposed to your general like worldview? Out of just curiosity.
Oh no, I mean my main approach would be to try and make it to be you're supposed to go for making sure people have a good life instead of optimization for optimization's sake. That was the main idea. The reason I will never make it is because that will not work. Gamers will not look at that and get the right message from it.
The other thing is that most of the most optimal things to do to increase productivity are the exact opposite of what are considered good productivity things, right? By a lot of capitalism. Yeah. So treating your workers better actually does increase productivity drastically. Having lower work hours.
That would be part of it, because like people would be tempted at first to say, oh, I want people to work as many work hours because that's more productive. But actually, that means that people start getting sick more. They become depressed or not able to work as productively. So at the end of the day, even though they work more hours, you get less out of it. And when you start giving them like proper breaks, they have vacation time, they have enough time to be able to visit their families, they start getting better. And at work. It's just like, I kind of like the idea of having a company sim where at the end of it you kind of just gotta embrace gay luxury space communism.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's gonna work.
What I find funny with that in game design is the number of... Hello! Sorry, enemy came at me. No. Paradox games, they, people were like, you need to nerf communism, it's too good, and they just said, no, we're just representing, like, the reality of the simulation, so, we don't actually need to nerf it. Welcome to, like, reality.
Your tax income is better when you have low taxes in the long run, because people have more money, but they spend more on goods, which you then tax.
Yeah. Basically, Paradox said, yeah, no, that's the system working as intended. Welcome to the reality of what communism does to an economy, and people threw huge tantrums. I do think that Civ had to nerf communism several times in different versions. Yeah, because surprisingly enough, when you make a system that simulates a lot of these things and you implement communism and then as an option, it tends to be one of the better options. I wonder why.
I will say though, if it's civilization fine, looking at how the ideology is so damn toothless, they mean nothing. So I can't imagine how they need to nerf it better, because it's nothing. Although I think 6 does have like a robust ideology for this series. At the same time though, because the Paradox games that communism really well is Victoria 3, which is all about like markets and production goods and the means of production. Hoi 4 is just really shitty with communism and anarchism, because like they just have like 4 ideologies: fascist, communist, democratic, and non-aligned.
Weird.
There's no difference between a socialist democratic country and a capitalist democratic country. It is not possible to be communist and democratic at the same time. And communism is just another flavor of fascism because it's Stalinism. Hoi 4 is really weird with its ideology.
Yeah, it's interesting how games express ideology through action and stuff.
It's mostly because looking at World War II, they wanted, like Hoi 4 is taking place over the course of World War II, Victoria 3 is 1845 to 1945, or it's 48 maybe. So it's like post-Napoleon and World War I. And in Hoi 4, they just wanted the fascists to be able to start war because of the fascists, communists to be able to start war because Stalinism, and democratic countries can only join wars eventually mediated because they're not supposed to be aggressors.
Yeah.
Almost 40% of the colonists are experiencing a form of dementia. The obvious symptoms are acute depression, insomnia, and hallucination. Incidents of violence and even murder also indicate extreme paranoia. Dr. Mercer has advised that I bring some of the affected on board for study. Dr. Wellen, the planet-side psychiatrist, has reported that his own analysis has been fruitless.
Yeah, like, this dialogue right here is saying, oh, they're experiencing these symptoms, right? But they're like, it's completely incomprehensible to psychiatry and, like, physical, doctor study stuff, because it just doesn't make any sense. This isn't how any of these things work, normally. And that's... Oh, God. That's something. Okay, well, we need to destroy these bodies quick.
I absolutely despise when somebody goes, oh, this is a textbook case of this disorder, and it does not resemble a disorder in any fucking way at all.
Yeah. No, but like here they were saying like, oh, there's a bunch of cases of people experiencing like insomnia and hallucinations and depression and a bunch of stuff, but like it doesn't make any sense. Is basically what they said. And again, I don't think it's good, but I think compared to a lot of things which basically are just like, if you have mental disorder, you're evil. This game is not doing that, you know? It's doing very much magic space eldritch monster madness, which is not good either. But I think there's a different problem between the ones that treat it almost like a fantasy thing, and the ones that openly demonize actual stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'm okay with these types of stories, sort of Lovecraftian things, versus like,
I love horror within labels I haven't seen songs.
Versus something like Every Cop Show.
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, oh, I don't have the Ko-Fi thing up on this, because this is one of my older scene collections. One second. Okay, let's grab my groceries and medications for September. I was going to say, chat, if we get to a certain point, I'll just like read you some of what I've been writing for. What does it not allow me to paste that over? Sorry, chat, if this is really weird. Ko-Fi. Copy. Please copy, actually. Okay. Over to Witch Queen. It doesn't let me paste them direct. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's fun. Good to know.
If you want, are you using OBS? If you want tech help, I can maybe try.
Well, it's because I have two different I have a couple of different scene collections, right? And this one doesn't have my Ko-Fi plugins, but I'm just gonna go copy them. So
yeah, is it like
so I
one
just
of
need,
those like web elements?
Yeah. I just need to copy a web element. It's fine. I just won't let me copy paste directly inside. Create new Ko-Fi alert. Sorry that I'm doing this like mid-stream, chat. Very professional of me. I just didn't realize I hadn't set these up back on some of these older scene collections, and I wanted a more horror-based one, you know, because I didn't think the vaporwave thing really fit for playing Dead Space, so I went with the one that I did for the Witch Queen. But we'll be back to normal stream in a second.
No overlay.
Where's the...
Thank you, Josh and Chad. I pride myself on always being the funniest person in the room to nobody but myself.
I think you're funny. That sounded bad. I meant that in a genuinely positive way, not in a like... Okay.
The name is stress and I'm part of the guidance system.
Okay.
We are many. There are roughly 22 of us.
There we go. I believe Triss is fronting right now, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
I mean, I do have. I don't think that Discord overlay is on the stream, but I do have my names and pronouns set there.
Yeah, I don't have the Discord overlay set up on this one.
It's fine. Don't worry, it's fine.
Okay, anyway. Now we have that up. I was going to say, chat, if you want to hear what I've already written about mental illness and its purpose within cop shows, and like why it's a huge part of that propaganda.
Lifting executive lockdown now. I found the deck
logs.
logs.
What should we set the percentage at?
Whatever is happening around here.
It's at 29% right now, which is $290.
It spread to the colony and reached the ship.
Let's say 35%. If it gets 35%, I'll read you guys some stuff that I've been writing.
Also consider if you donate, it will make me very happy because I don't know if it's my friend.
There you go. Plus, it'll mean that, you know, I can get groceries and stuff. Because I'm in financial dire straits at the moment.
Gotta appeal to the parasocial element.
I hate doing that.
I know I can't stand it. I know. It's why I'm basically not really in streamer spaces right now. Because I've come across so many people who will like share links that are like how to use a parasocial element to get your audience more engaged. But will then also like complain about like why does my chat have such a weird issue with boundaries?
I'm always trying to. It's like this simultaneous thing of trying to like keep a distance but not alienate too much. I don't know. Parasociality isn't inherently negative. It's when it steps over boundaries or lines that it becomes difficult.
I will also say what doesn't get talked about a lot is you absolutely can misuse it as a creator.
You've got two problems.
I have seen so many creators who
First, there's no fuel in the engine.
use like
Second, the
parasocial elements
is offline, which means there's a couple of trillion tons of rock pulling us down.
Abuse, yeah,
I need you to get that centrifuge operational.
It's absolutely a power dynamic, and that's where you see like a lot of, especially, it's often creepy men, not exclusively, but like there's a lot of creepy men that use it to prey on younger audience members.
Yes. And
insert 5,000 different Minecraft YouTubers that have like
start crying on stream, crying on stream because people are like holding you accountable.
I'm playing the original version. I'm not playing the remake. I can't afford the remake.
The remake of the remake is available in the Toyota, but only the first few.
Thank you, Harley. I really appreciate it. Because it does really help.
But also disclaimer in case it needs to be said, do not give money.
Yeah. Only give money if you have money available. Please do not donate unless, like, if you can't afford it. I never, ever want to be the reason why other people are struggling with the same financial issues that I am dealing with. You know? Like, look after yourself first, always. I think there was another donation. I missed the notification. I'm so sorry. Thank you, whoever donated. I will go check Ko-Fi. Actually,
I can
the
check.
safe spot.
Should be available. Just now, an anonymous person bought a coffee and Porcelain Giant.
Thank you so much, Porcelain Giant and Harley, both of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it because it's been a rough while. So Wednesday I find out how bad the damage is to my brother and my vehicle, and whether we have to buy a new vehicle or if it's just going to be an expensive repair. Either way, not financially great. Because neither of us have much money, because Canada is in kind of economic crisis. for anyone that's even... Like, basically, if you're middle class or lower, you're going to be struggling in Canada right now because the prices of groceries and medications and things have increased by leaps and bounds. Like, by massive, like, obscene amounts. And, as you can imagine, that's causing problems. Yeah, we're hoping that it's not going to be so expensive that buying a new... Like, obviously we'd be getting a used vehicle. We're not going to be getting something nice. But, like, you know, if it's going to cost, like, $3,000 to repair, or it's going to cost $3,000 to get, like, a used vehicle, I'm going to get the used vehicle. Thank you so much for the donation.
And so a donation message with us. Want me to read it out?
Yeah, please do. Thank you, Tris. Appreciate it.
The message by Hyposquare found meant to give money like 6 months ago, and then we're bringing it to funding my Forget People's channel exists for approximately 6 months.
What in hell
End
is
message.
going on here? Danvers,
Aw, thank you.
He's crazy.
That means a lot.
Pulling his own teeth out. Your son, for God's sake.
Yeah, exactly, Ophelia. Like, the cost of my groceries when I first went to university
Hit that door pretty hard.
versus now it's nearly double what it used to be. And I'm not exaggerating. I do genuinely mean double. I was in the grocery store the other day. One of the brands for an 18 packs of eggs was $10. And that was the expensive brand. The expensive brand used to be $5 for an 18 pack, right? Which is just fucking obscene. Like, it's actually disgusting. Thank you, Six Cats. Thank you, everybody who's donating. We're almost at 35%. There you go. Well, that was fast.
And also, you know, because it needs to be said, none of the big corporations are losing money on this. Fuck all of them. They are responsible for everything.
Yeah. Like, they know what they're doing. And they're price gouging people. Yeah, the same thing's happening in the UK. I can't speak to Americans, but I'm sure it's happening there as well to an extent. But Canada is particularly bad, and the reason it's been so bad in Canada is that there's basically a group of major companies that control the vast majority of groceries in the country. They have a pseudo-monopoly, right? And they force the prices into obscene levels because they can. So while, yes, no individual company owns enough to be considered a monopoly, all of the companies combined equal out to basically, like, when they decide to put their evil powers, you know, with our powers combined, we're Captain Planet Destroyer. So yeah, and it means because the grocery expenses have gone up, it also means that, like, pharmacy stuff has gone up. And so if you're like me and you have, you know, like, I have to take probiotics, and if I don't take probiotics, I will end up in the hospital because my chronic illness results in my body basically slowly killing off my digestive bacteria. So I have to take probiotics to stay functional. I'm not exaggerating about, like, ending up in the hospital and stuff. I nearly died in second year university because of that. Yeah, this is the true horror. Welcome to the actual horror.
No Outrick's concept in horror will ever be able to get close to how horrifying and deadly capitalism is.
Exactly. Which, speaking of, this game is heavily about the evil of capitalism. The Deadspace franchise is super engaged with what it means to have your autonomy and body taken from you, and capitalism. And it's why I think it is the truest continuation of the Alien franchise, because it understands the underlying messaging and metaphors of Alien. I'm gonna read this little log here.
I don't know what's going on around here. Someone said the ship's been attacked. Who the hell would attack us out here? First the captain dies, now we get attacked. Carmack says someone on bridge staff killed him. I can't believe that. It's goddamn chaos now. Can't get through the bridge, can't get through to anyone. Everyone's running, getting the hell out of here. Should probably join them.
He was having a good day. Have a good one, Josh. Sorry, the way I said he was having a good day there probably was a little weird.
Are you telling me this game is woke?
Yeah, the evil woke people took over it. Sorry.
I thought this was conservative.
My voice isn't even particularly good right now because it's all scratchy and it's been annoying me. I swear I see a thing.
Yeah, but you have a range.
Do you?
I have a little bit of range.
Oh, I can go way up here too.
And if you want to see more range of voices Evernock can do, consider donating to the Ko-Fi.
Yeah, you can always pay to make me say silly things. That is an option.
As long as it's not bigoted.
Yeah, I said silly. Bigotry is not silly ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want, I'll like read stuff in specific voices. I might end this stream by reading Fall of the House of Usher. So. It is the problem is that I get to a certain point where I've overridden my anxiety enough that now the game is just a like point and click adventure. I'm gonna make sure that this area is actually clear of enemies.
I think I told you this, but one of my artist roles I saw all my voice training.
Thank you so much for the donation, Val. Can you check if there's a message for me to read? I will read it, I just need to pause the game if there is.
Give us your best Sean Connery.
Shack.
Say the thing of video putting chat quote marks in Sean Connery's voice.
Yeah, say what you want me to say as Sean Connery. There's nothing he loves more than just being sexist.
We just said sexism.
Sexism. I know that's not really Sean Connery, it's more like a meme of Sean Connery, but Hey Bellamy, how are you doing?
Just think videos. I'm sorry, my hands are tied. I have responsibilities to the investors. I have to do it. Would be really funny in Sean Connery's voice.
What was it?
I'm sorry, my hands are tied. I have responsibilities to the investors. I have to do it.
I'm sorry. My hands are tied. That's not how you do it. Sean Connery. It's like I can only do like a parody of Sean Connery. I can't like impression the real guy. I can only impression like people. Basically, my brain just goes to the SNL version of Sean Connery, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck you, Trebek. I fucked your mom. Hello. Let's defang these things. Oh boy, that was a lot of them.
Insert BDSM.
Well, I hope that you have a good rest, and I'm sorry you're feeling so tired. But it's good to see you, Bellamy. Sean Connery says, if your woman's talking, there's a problem.
Amazing.
Sean Connery would not like me.
But yeah, hi Bellamy, I hope you feel better soon.
Sean Connery is definitely a chaser. Don't ask me how I know. I just do. I just do, okay?
Shut it, Danvers. Shut it. Engineering log.
Yeah.
Temple reporting. Someone has shut off the fuel lines to the primary engine and damaged the valves.
Okay, Shield. Okay, Shield Thaden.
Before I can reopen them, but we're running out of time.
You're
With the
best.
engine offline,
Lucius always whining about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
I hate Sean Connery's voice. Oh, that's cursed. I the problem is, like, if it's a voice that I haven't practiced a lot, it's always gonna come out bad. Like, there's voices that I practice really heavily, and I can do off the hop. Like, gotta attack and dethrone God, Guardian. Hey, it's Hive. Bring a sword.
We've stepped into
We've stepped into a war with the Cabal on Mars.
We have what is a chaser in chat. Do we want to go into that?
Oh boy! So chasers are a specific type of cis man who is incredibly transphobic, but also fetishistically desires trans women. And it's the fetishism part is really important. It is not a cis man who is attracted to trans women. That is perfectly fucking normal. It is a cis man that very specifically fetishizes trans women and is very creepy and weird about us.
It should also be noted chasers are not unique to trans people. You also have chasers.
Yeah, well,
for
the term came from trans communities, but other communities started using it. And I don't think it was wrong for those communities to use it because it's often similar vibes.
Sufficient fuel to fire primary engine.
There is also people that are.
It's working, Isaac.
Okay, genuine
it's
question,
only a quarter
Tris.
full, but that's enough to restore orbit once you bring the engines online.
Do we like? I feel like you and I can make a decision on this. Are there like chasers in the context of mental illness? I feel like there is. Like, I feel like there is that type of guy.
Absolutely.
Like, where...
Listen, I have seen it. I have seen people go online about how, and I quote, and this is disgusting, you should never say this in real life, but they will say something such as, and I quote, BBD pussy is just better.
Oh yeah, you're right. There are people that say that shit. The one I was thinking of was the hot crazy scale.
Yeah. But it gets worse than that.
Yeah, it gets worse than that for sure. I was just thinking, I was like, that's definitely a thing. That's definitely a thing. I also feel like there's an aspect in the case of some men that like there's an appeal to women that have mental illness because they might be more in their mind more manipulatable, you know?
Absolutely. Also, big Ricochet, thank you for the coffee.
Yes, thank you so much for the donation. I'm sorry, I was gonna talk about it in a second. I just wanted to get like to a good spot to pause because we hit a goal. So let's go grab that. What we were doing. I was gonna read what I wrote last night, tentatively for the Fall of House of Usher script, because of the opening forward to. So before I read this, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more in the video in more depth, and it'll be more cleaned up. So like this is not a final version, etc., etc. And I want to be very clear about how I word this because I don't think that Mike's wording was particularly bad or anything. It just touched on a topic that I felt was worth discussing, and I've wanted to discuss for a while anyway. And the only reason I bother bringing it up in this is because like I critique artists that I think can change and improve. That's a huge part of it, and because I genuinely think that that Mike Flanagan will listen if he sees it, and I can't say why I think that, but his name is in the credits of every other essay I've made. So, point being, I Mike is very much the type of person that does listen to marginalized people when we discuss stuff. So I'm gonna read this, but I'm being very clear about this. Mike Flanagan, not bad. Do not fucking take this as like, Mike Flanagan bad. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just using it as, because I found the language was worth jumping off of to have a discussion about certain things in horror. That's all. Just because people are bad at listening to like what marginalized people are trying to say. So I'm putting like 30 caveats. Anyway. In the forward to the fall of the House of Usher and other stories that inspired the Netflix series, Mike Flanagan states that his use of Poe's works were, quote, all servicing a story we hoped Poe would appreciate. A story of American madness. End quote. So before I can begin to dig into the show, I'm going to need to dig into what it means to be a story of American madness. How madness is portrayed in media, particularly horror. How madness is portrayed in Edgar Allan Poe's writing. And what it means to be actually mad. Like myself. I want to be clear as I write this that Mike Flanagan is one of my favorite artists working today, that I did not write this as a teardown of him, but rather in the hopes that should he happen to watch this, he'll better understand mentally ill people. I also want to be clear that compared to the sanism found in the vast majority of people working in media today, Mike's statements are incredibly tame in comparison. If I hear of anyone taking what I have to say here as an excuse to attack Mike Flanagan or anyone else working on the show, know that I disapprove of you heavily. With that out of the way, American horror has built much of its foundation in a fear of the mad. When we look at film, we can trace a lot of this cruel fascination with a misunderstanding of marginalized people in multiple avenues. Take Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, arguably one of the most influentially hateful films of the last century. Popularizing in one go the idea of the cross-dressing man in dress murderer, which has plagued trans women with bad misrepresentation, as well as the evil plural system murderer, and much of the visual language of film madness. This torch would be picked up by creators like Kubrick, a cruel, abusive sexist, who's quite famous for the Kubrick stare, having his characters tilt their chins down and stare into camera, which implies the exaggerated, invented concept of fictional madness. I think it's important to discuss this topic with an approach that examines what is the purpose of fear of the mad. To be very frank, I think it is a major underlying element of justifying both incarceration and policing. This is why we are inundated with shows that simultaneously lionize police and villainize the mentally ill. A total inversion of the reality that police assault, incarcerate, brutalize, and murder innocent mad people, particularly if they are not white. The reality is that the vast majority of mentally ill people are not violent, that the vast majority of mentally ill people are the victims of violence and abuse ourselves. Well, yes, people classified as having severe mental illness are more likely to commit violent crimes, especially when also experiencing substance use disorders, compared to those who are not experiencing either of those. When you look past the percentage and at the flat numbers, the reality is you are vastly more likely to experience violence from the same. To be exact, Dorn et al. State that 2.9% of people with severe mental illness will commit crimes compared to 0.8% of those who do not. But they also state that, quote, researchers have long understood that most people with mental illness are not violent, that most violent acts are committed by people who are not mentally ill, and that substance abuse, more common in people with mental illness, is responsible for much of the increased risk attributable to mental disorder. When we add in that mentally ill people are more likely to be unhoused, and that housing people drastically lowers risks of substance abuse disorders, and that research is increasingly showing that severe mental illness and mental illness come out of the material conditions of people, we see that these problems are in fact social and not individual. Returning to the villainization of mental illness and the mad, we see it as in fact a manufactured fear which actively serves the current dominant structures. Quote, you need police to protect you from the violent, insane criminals, end quote. When the reality is being a cop is a better indicator for likelihood of being violent than being mentally ill. After all, about 41% of American police abuse their spouses. A lot higher than 2.9%, huh? The reality is that misrepresentations of mental illness as scary and violent help to bolster the myths required to justify our current systems and hierarchies. I will not speak further, but yes, I have... This script will go places. Yeah, so that is what I wrote last night about the forward to the Poe stuff. And then as an extra reward, because I said I'd give some Undertale script. So I'm going to read a little bit of something that I wrote for the Undertale script that I think is really relevant. Okay. You may have noticed throughout the video that I have been applying a large number of lenses and discussing multiple readings of each element or section. Obviously, that line doesn't apply here because you all haven't seen the video yet because it's not done, but Undertale is an aggressively applicable work, something I will explore and explain more in my video on Signalis and transgenocide if I ever get that done. Point is, part of the strength of its metaphors, storytelling, and world construction is it allows for the audience to engage with it from many angles. Part of the problem is that because of certain elements, when you start discussing it in terms of marginalization, you start finding a lot of weird messaging if you gaze too long at the edges or certain segments. I'm going to discuss what I think the amalgamates in True Lab are pulling on, but before I do, I want to be clear that I do not think that the game is trying to represent a thing, so much as pull on the semiotics of those things to make a point. The amalgamates can be read as relating to mental illness asylums and psych wards, or more accurately, drawing on the semiotics of those things to say something about how our society hides away that which it deems unsightly, and how that negatively affects the minds of those already deemed insane. Some of you may have balked at my usage of some of these terms, but I had very specific reasons for doing so as someone who's mentally ill. A lot of you probably thought absolutely nothing of my use of insane, and I want to address you for a minute. I'm going to tell you about a hypothetical person. This person, anytime they perceive something in a negative light, calls it gay. If you're watching this video this far in, you could probably already know that the person is homophobic, and you would be correct, because using a word for a marginalized group of people as a synonym for negative adjectives indicates how you view those people. Following so far? Every time you use crazy, insane, psycho, mental, etc. as synonyms for anything negative, that tells mentally ill people you are sanist. Same as the dude insulting anything and everything by calling it gay. No, your ex-girlfriends aren't crazy, Todd. You're just an asshole who's insensitive to emotion and whose ego's so massive you can't imagine why someone would be mad at you. No, the entire right wing is not insane just because they have abhorrent views about the world. Please stop conflating people like me with those who want me dead. Note that I'm not saying these words are bad no-no words. I'm saying how they are used matters, because they are, 1, terms that have been used to harm real people, and 2, they are terms for marginalized groups, and you should consider how you use them and what it says about your view on that word and the people it applies to. The reality is that saneism, stigma towards mentally ill people, is incredibly normalized and accepted. I've experienced a staggering amount of it from so-called progressives. Spice 8 Rack did a really good job discussing elements of saneism in media narratives in its video, Madness, Memory, Mill, and Discard. At about the hour mark, they say, quote, and it's through this lens that Magic the Gathering and lots of fantasy media pretty much exclusively explores the idea of madness. Madness is a bad thing, not to be explored, understood, or liberated, but to be contained, and a very easy way to mass-produce cheap fodder for our heroes to slice and burn their way through without too much in the way of a moral quandary. You know, the Gatewatch need to kill a bunch of insane people to stop the big insane thing, to keep it from making everyone insane. And that's what I have written for the Undertale bit. I'm just making Todd my, like, representative word for shitty dudes. But yeah, that's so I've been thinking about this topic a lot. Bellamy.
You don't say.
Thank you for donating. So yeah, the next couple of videos are going to talk about these things. The last bit sounds like a lot of, like most D&D campaigns. Oh boy! People do say things about us by doing that. Aw, Bellamy, that's too kind. I'm just gonna read through there's just 2. Okay. Someone said, you're a great person. I hope you have a great day in the least parasocial way an online... Oh, I need to view details. An online stranger can mean it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the acknowledgement of the parasocial divide. That is another thing that you can do that's really easy to just keep it from, like, being bad. Is just reminding yourself that, like, this isn't the same as, like, a social interaction and stuff. And Bellamy said, money for my friend, whomst I love. Well, thank you to my friend, whomst I love. Have a good sleep. So yeah, Deadspace is very much doing what Spice 8 Rack is discussing there, right? But because it creates a distance and it becomes more of this idea of, like, an ideology tearing apart your body, and mind, and like it's more complicated. I don't think it is good, I just think it is complicated compared to most things. I don't think it is as flatly like simple as discussing something like cyberpsychosis, which is just, I'm sorry, aggressively, blatantly awful.
Yeah, like, you know, one of my most toxic traits are devil's advocate for literally anything.
Yeah.
I have nothing to advocate about cyberpsychosis except if it was completely different from the ground up, it could be interesting.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I think that if you changed the name and you changed certain elements of it, you could make something really meaningful. Or if you kept the name but made it very explicit that this is an invented term made by the exact people who manufacture this stuff. And like, I've thought of a way of writing this type of thing that isn't awful. And it comes down to this idea of basically couching it in the way that, like, real mental illness is often there are often and huge amounts of pieces of history where sorry,
this is getting my life.
Where there's invented mental illnesses that were invented specifically to promote the dominant system, right? And so we see this in things like
personal log. Acting Chief Engineer
hysteria, drapetomania. If you don't know what either of those are, they're going to require some explaining. They're not good. So,
friends, our co-workers,
back when they were trying to justify slavery, not a joke, they invented a thing called drapetomania. Drapetomania. Oh, sorry, Nightbot has certain words, like insane, captured. I'll read out what she said, Harley. Don't worry about it. I'm just trying to. There's characters talking in the game, and it's making it hard for me to speak. What was I saying?
To be honest, I can't fully forget what you were saying, because I have my own ideas that I want to
sorry. So drapetomania was their bullshit excuse for why slaves were trying to escape. I wish I was kidding. It's a very complicated topic. But yeah.
But drapetomania, kind of simple. White slave owners were thinking,
yeah,
oh, but it's so much better to be our slaves. So if they're running away, that must mean they're mentally ill, because it can't be that we're mistreating them, because famously they cannot feel pain. So it isn't abuse when we hit them with our words.
It's so disgusting.
They thought at the time.
It's, yeah, they actually said that shit. That's actually what they believed. You can look into it. It's awful, obviously. But
similarly, hysteria is often, my wife doesn't want to have sex with me, she must be mentally ill.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like it's oh, absolutely soft truths. I think any term for this stuff is complicated. I find it is helpful because people know what you're talking about. And it's complicated to use terms like mad and insane and crazy and stuff because of obviously that history. I don't think there's a right answer for a term that specifies these categories of things.
In the sanest video essay stream, I also brought up how in Dutch it's called mental disability. And it does a few things better, but it also still has some issues.
Like, that has other issues because that dips into, like, it doesn't let you differentiate between neurodivergence.
Now the centrifuge is offline. We've got 4
also,
trillion tons of rock hanging off our ass, and without that centrifuge to balance the ship,
yeah,
the
it kind of. I mean, we do also have concept of.
I'm heading in there now to see if I can fix it.
Also, soft truth mentions I call them DSM diagnoses, but actually, DSM is also like a very fun concept because it's only really used in like very capitalist countries because it exists to be.
It serves a purpose.
It
a reminder that
why is this worker not productive enough?
Yeah, a reminder that being trans and being gay were DSM diagnoses at one point.
Being a gamer now. Gaming addiction has been added.
Wait, really?
Folk agenda. People were genuinely like capital G gamer types were really angry at it because it was added like really close after being trans was declared not a mental illness.
Oh, that's bad. Wait, really, Anthony? Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, yeah, and then that Jess has like a video about racism in RPGs, and like it shows up in
that Jess is really
on like a table of it.
That Jess is really great. She's a friend.
One basic benchmark to know if a streamer is great. I am not like super active in that Jess's community and Discord, but she knows and understands priority enough to respect like our names and pronouns and such.
I'm not surprised at all. Again, Jess is a friend. I know Jess is great. So.
I think I also like talked with Jess before in a different creators Discord. So when I was like showing up in streams, I was like, oh, I know this person.
Yeah.
And that was like a Discord in which parenting was discussed a lot. So that was like.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, true, valid. It is still illegal to give a blowjob in like 4 states. That feels like it's a joke, but it's not a joke. That's actually true. Eventually I will get other weapons, but in the early game of Deadspace, pretty much every other weapon is somewhere between useless or not worth carrying around the like losing inventory space to carry it around. But yeah, so Hysteria was similarly invented by men to basically anytime women were not behaving how they wanted, they classified them as having hysteria. And
so many layers of tangents right now.
Yeah, we're welcome to neurodivergence plus mental.
Neurodivergent people in this. Well, I'm more than 2, but
yeah,
we are not gonna say on topic ever.
No. I so I can get my capacity and damage up. Next thing I need to do is upgrade my health on my main thing. But what I really need is the next set of armor. Oh no. 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 Where's the save station?
I love how you just knew what I was gonna bring up and instantly went no.
Oh, it had nothing to do with you. That has to do with my
I was
least
gonna bring up
favorite
psychosis again, because that was where we mentioned it off from, because you were gonna
yeah.
How would we handle something? And the thing about it that made my right to bring it, because I do have like a concept of a sci-fi system that visibility. The main reason I'm not writing for it yet is because I want to get more experience to make sure I handle it well. But the way I would handle something like cyberpsychosis would be like company-mandated neural implants that just have so many bad side effects.
Yeah, like the direction I would take it in is basically that that's where we were right, because we talked about the hysteria, the whole thing of systems will invent mental illness to justify punishment and mistreatment of marginalized people. I'm glad Soft Truths. Again, this is why I like having Triss on, because well, obviously all of the members of the Garden System, but generally Triss is the only one that speaks on stream.
Some of the others want to, but are not always as comfortable because this is like a larger audience and we are used to one of our streams.
Oh yeah, that's fair. And no, you're always welcome, like any of you. And obviously I love all of you, so.
And that's where wrestling basically.
Yeah.
But also we're not going to join unless we're fun. There's a screw enough to.
But the reason I started screaming no, 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 no is that this is my least favorite part of the game. Welcome to the unkillable motherfucker. This guy sucks. I hate him. This is a bad time. Actually, maybe this isn't that section.
It's one of the issues I kind of had on the side.
It's not that section. Okay.
Philosophically speaking, what it wants to be about is like replacing yourself with machinery, how that's like removing your humanity. But like a lot of the cybernetics use that kind of disability. And that just gets really messy.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons why I would make it, because like, so the sci-fi story that I want to write focuses on these like triad polycule, and one part of that is like one of them is like manual labor, so you use like a prosthetic arm, and another one is like an engineer. It's that kind of prosthetic often, but like the issue with the prosthetic is just like prosthetic management is expensive and difficult and requires skilled labor and other parts. And you start getting into, do you really need to use it for your work because other people expect it? Like actual things with actual prosthetics and disability aids in real life.
Yeah, the stuff that actual people deal with, and that the problem isn't having a prosthetic. The problem is companies will fuck you over. Yeah, wild.
He needs it because of an accident. And the way I would handle if I were to do something like cyberpsychosis, it would be like work has enforced you to use this brain chip basically because of like interfaces and stuff where they can use it to spy on you.
Yeah.
And if you have it long enough, like let's say within 10 years it fails and will cause you severe brain damage. For the company, that just means that they need to find a replacement for you within 10 years. Which is why, and like there, if there is like a misuse, if there is abuse, it is not the fact that people are using these devices, it's the fact they are badly maintained, it's the fact that it is just cheaper for the corporation to fire you before you start having an accident so they don't need to give you disability payment and hire someone else instead.
Yeah, and the thing is that the whole like inventing the idea of cyberpsychosis and trying to blame people for something the company causes, or an issue with like the company's tech causing it, is that it's a way for them to avoid lawsuits. Like an approach that is not about demonizing mentally ill people, but rather showing how companies and corporations will fuck over the disabled. And like I love the idea of like if you can't make your payments, not love in the way that like this is a good thing that should happen, more in a like the disturbing dystopia reality that we already live in, that like companies will fucking reclaim your shit, like your prosthesis, if you
makes for a compelling out. Like it happens in real life. There was a person who had like
heart
and
implant, I think it was.
I'm not sure. I mean, it happens so often. But the corporation like went bankrupt, and it was like an experimental thing that like sent data to the company so they could improve the care. And because the company went bankrupt,
yeah,
it still worked. Like there was nothing wrong with it, but because it was the company's property, it had to go.
Yeah, I vaguely remember someone having like a company thing like reclaimed from them, like one of like an implant. Like there was a recent thing where someone's implant was removed from them because of, I can hear the enemy but I can't see them.
Yeah, me as well. And that's how I would want to. I mean, I would probably want to. That's why I would write a concept like that.
Yeah.
The main premise of the concept is and you're supposed to pay for cost.
Basically, like if you centralize it in not in having a prosthesis makes you mad, and that's bad. You know, both which simultaneously demonizes mentally ill people, and also demonizes the usage of prosthesis, which isn't great.
I'm now also thinking of, like, narratively speaking, like allegorically speaking, the effect of having such a prosthetic brain thing at a young age, and how that can cause, like, lasting damage, how that is so much like childhood trauma.
Yeah, like, it would be damaging. It would have an effect on you.
Because for context, I have, like, the ID for chat for context. I have the ID because in childhood trauma caused part of the brain to develop according to.
One sec, you've gotten really quiet all of a sudden.
Oh, I can turn my gain up. Hang on.
Sorry,
that should be better.
I just want to make sure that chat and I can hear you over.
I mean, like, I have, like, a gain thing on my microphone, so I can turn it up.
You're good now. You're good now. You're definitely good. You were saying.
Yes, and I tend to go quiet on this topic because it is a bit of a difficult topic, of course, but I want to talk about it because it's useful information. There is a part of your brain, like when you're a child, all the aspects that make you are not linked yet because your brain is still developing. And at a certain age, which is different for everybody because brains are complicated, those are supposed to start merging, and you start, like, developing an identity. And what can happen with childhood trauma is that just doesn't, and that's how you get the ID.
Yeah.
So it's something I always kind of struggle with because, in a way, like, what I never quite fully understood is, like, is that from brain damage?
Well, trauma does cause physical effects in the body.
Yeah.
A growing body of work shows that trauma is almost primarily a physical experience.
And also, because it's brought up in chat, someone said, "I got BPD from childhood trauma." Childhood trauma will be different for everyone else. Some people might develop DID, OCD, BPD. So many different diagnoses you can get from it. It's different for everyone.
Now get out of there and focus
childhood
on
trauma does not have to lead to other disorders. It can. It's complicated.
My first death chat, and it was from a fucking environmental hazard.
Amazing.
I don't even think I've taken more than, like, 3/4 health damage this whole time. And most of that was because I was, like, already injured before a fight.
I mean, I've been looking at your health. You have not been damaged much. Yeah, we were talking about
childhood trauma can cause a lot of different effects. Sometimes people don't develop any disorder.
Yeah. Sometimes you develop all of them and it's CPTSD, which tends to come with DID, so I cannot get a PPD diagnosis because all the PPD symptoms are already part of CPTSD.
Yeah, it's fun.
You're doing great, Isaac. Centrifuge and gyros are both 100% and stabilized. Now get out of there and focus on the engine. I don't know how much time we have left.
Okay, how do I get out of here? It's not... Okay, I can't stasis it, so what the fuck am I supposed to do then? Let me shoot. Thank you. This is not gonna go fun. Oh, that's always fun. Yeah, the not knowing if it's real or not? Yep.
I still am not sure what it is. I had one thing that I came up with, like, that might be it. I had an immediate panic attack and then discussed it with my therapist and was like, that would be extremely rare. Like, there needs to be something very extra happening for that to be it, so... I have no idea.
That enemy got crushed. Thank you, Centrifuge. What was I gonna say? This is not OSHA certified. Isn't it appropriate that the environment killed you during discussion of childhood trauma? Yes, Anthony, it is.
Very much.
What was I saying? What was I talking about? Where is my mind?
If you want to discuss us being vulnerable and talking about difficult topics, go give money to Avanox, go fine. Gotta keep swimming.
Thank you. That was a big issue. Yeah, Isaac, he brief. He gave a big breath. He was. Oh fuck! Oh, it's this fight. Oh, okay. Okay.
I do like to brief sometimes.
Come on, come on. That's fun. That was a lot of ammo wasted. Okay, I'm supposed to go this way, so I'm gonna go the other way because I haven't checked it out before. Isaac, you okay, buddy? Something's gonna come out of there.
We discuss such fun, lighthearted topics here on the Avanox stream.
You and I just really, we're a bundle of joy. Please give me a fucking save station. Holy shit. Oh, this room again? Hi. I saw you. Come back, you little fucker. I'm gonna run this way. I want the bench. How am I doing for nodes? What does speed do? Is that fire rate?
I guess it has to be.
But I don't want a higher fire rate. Okay,
It
so I
seems
guess
a
I'm
little
gonna save my
counterintuitive.
node. I'm gonna save my node until I can either get a health upgrade or I want to upgrade something else, or I have another weapon I want to upgrade. Because right now I've got I think I've almost got the maximum damage bonus on this thing, and it's chunking. It's doing good shit. Actually, I should check what my inventory is looking like. Alright, okay on ammo, but not great. Kind of full.
Isaac, can you hear me? It's Kendra. They attacked me, I ran for it, and Hammond just...
My cat is being weird.
He just disappeared.
Your cat's being weird.
He's very obsessed with my
Nice to
comb.
see you're alive and well, Hammond. I've barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them moving outside, but...
I have like an L-shaped desk, so I have like a cushion set up on the end of it so she can watch me while I'm at the desk.
Even before they cracked the planet, the colonists were experiencing widespread dementia. It seems to be related to some artifact they found on the planet. Something called...
Yeah, so I was gonna see the game saying, like...
I'll keep looking.
If the marker basically, like,
I've got your
overwrites people's
location and I'm going
brains
to unlock the door to
with,
fuel
like...
storage. You can get to the engine chamber from
It,
there.
like, reprograms people, basically. So they get dementia and stuff at later stages because their memories start going away. And then eventually they become necromonorphs.
It really is like daydamn iPhones.
What?
It really is like daydamn iPhones.
Oh god. Cursed.
Like, you invited me on here, what I say is your responsibility.
I mean, you're not wrong, but... Can you imagine if I accidentally sold my fucking plasma cutter? I think I'd actually cry. Plasma cutter, my beloved.
Does it cut plasma though?
I think it uses plasma to cut.
I'd accept that.
I do think that it's not unfair to call Soma Signalis, but less good. But Soma is quite good in certain ways. I haven't played it, but like the writing, and I've seen enough stuff from like people who've discussed the writing. The writing is pretty cool. There's some cool stuff in there.
It sure is brought up in a lot of video essays.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Chat doesn't need context.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely feel a little weird about the whole multiple selves thing and how it's handled there.
It's a very unrelated question, but a very important one, and one the chat absolutely needs an answer to.
Okay.
How's Kenyon doing?
Killian's doing lovely, and if chat wants to see Fuzzy Lad, get me to 40% on the goal.
Listen, people need to donate, because then we get to see the Kenyon. You want to see the Kenyon.
He's a precious boy. He's a snuggly lad.
I would offer to let people see Princess, my cat, but I'm allergic to webcams, so no.
No, fuck! Ow. Fuck you, assholes. Wasting my ammo and life. I shouldn't have taken that much damage. That was dumb. This is the problem, is that I'm starting to get into the area of the game where they stop basically exclusively dropping plasma cutter ammo and start dropping various ammo. Yeah.
So you kind of need to have various weapons as well.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna have to buy a new weapon soon. It's just I don't have I don't have tons of storage space, and I kind of want to make sure that That's awful. Can you not? Game? That is sensory hell.
Oh, no, yeah, now I noticed. Yeah, it's...
It wasn't the visuals, it was the audio.
Oh. Yeah, do not play the Mass Effect 2 DLC.
Does it have a lot of scraping metal sounds for extended periods of time?
No, okay. Need a bit of a rant, because I really love Mass Effect, but I fucking hate the Overlord DLC. There is a DLC in Mass Effect 2 that is like... It feels like it is designed by committee to be as horrible as possible to autistic people. There is constantly the voice of like a person who got integrated into a robotic brain screaming, and it is super high pitched and electronic, and it is super loud.
Yeah, that would be bad times. I've tried to play through the Mass Effect series. I have them on Xbox 360, but
I love Mass Effect, but I don't even need to say, you can already guess why.
Okay.
Yes. It's
complimentary.
Actually, one of the Mass Effect has.
Oh, I hate these things. I really need.
Mass Effect has one of the only 2 male characters in existence, and I find attractive, and it's entirely because he has non-binary He/They energy.
Valid. What the fuck? Where is it? Where is it? I hear it.
What makes the DLC so much worse is you want to know the plot of the DLC?
Do I?
So you have this robotic army called the Geth who are like linked in a hive mind.
Yeah, I've played through enough of one to know a little.
They're trying to study the Geth, and one researcher has an autistic brother who has such a good mathematical mind that he is able to interpret the robotic gurgling noises they make as vocalizations and can communicate with them. That's bad enough, isn't it? Oh, by the way, anytime he is not like...
He needs to go to his mind palace. Sorry, for context, for those who don't know, there is a bit in a certain terrible show where he has to go to his mind palace, and
so one thing about
Herlock Cumberbatch. I hate
one thing this autistic character is constantly doing is going, the square root of 906.01 is 30.1. The square root of 912.04 is 30.2. And just going through square roots constantly. He has also used, I am not kidding you, as his researcher brother's personal logbook, because he will just ask, what did I say on this date, and he will recount it perfectly.
I hate magic autism.
It gets worse. Do you know what they tried to do with his research and how to get him to communicate with the Geth and control them?
What?
They stick him in a computer. And by the time you find him, he is completely naked with his eyes forced open like in torture apparatus, basically. And you get to make a decision. Do you let him stay with his brother, or do you bring him somewhere else? And that's an actual decision you can make.
I would like to not be in this realm anymore.
And it's what is
I'm
annoying.
So tired. I might genuinely, at some, if I ever manage to play through Mass Effect, I might be motivated enough to genuinely make my first hate video.
I
already shit on
like
Mass Effect's bad handling of trans people in Destiny 2 video.
Yeah. I run into it so much because I love conceptually the Asari and the Yara. Because I conceptually love the idea of a race that looks extremely feminine going, actually, we don't have gender. Because that's my gender.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, there was a different writer who decided, actually, all Asari, when they are like a young adult, are basically sex workers.
Yep. They sure did say all these trans people are sex workers. Okay,
and it's the issue is like they don't even read the Asari as trans women sometimes, like either they are a trans allegory.
I just said trans.
Oh yeah. But no, I mean in the concept of like in the writer's room, at some points they are a dissection of gender and you know what it means. And at other moments they are sexy alien.
Yeah. It depends on what was best. Oh, big boy!
Who is the writer at the time? Also, explicitly language that is used when first time when the Yara is explaining to Shepard like how reproduction for them works, she is like, this is a bad term for it because I know humans have a very basic understanding of gender because the game is written based on how people looked at gender in 2006, 2007.
Yeah.
She wrote saying like, okay, so you can see the Asari that gives birth as the mother and the person that they, because like they reproduce asexually with telepathy where they take DNA from their partner through telepathy, and it's like the person they take the DNA from you can see as the father. And she is basically saying, this is a bad terminology, but I don't know how to better explain it to a human. Every other moment in the franchise, those are used as the canon terms that the Asari use in their culture. It has so much
Bad
potential,
writing.
but they fail at it at every turn.
I need to get the pulse rifle to deal with the little buggers.
Ignition sequence initiated. Please stand by.
I really want it to be good. I have the same with Dragon Age. I really want it to be good. But it just tumbles so much.
It really does.
Like, it gets a great running start and then just goes flat in its face.
Oh, that was not cool. I did not like that running one.
I mean, Ophelia, that is basically the story of Mass Effect 1. Yes, this cop who is not bound by the law cannot be stopped, so we make this other person a good cop that isn't bound by the law. Spectres are supposed to be more than cops, but they're basically cops.
What if our main character was a cop? Said every show ever to the thunderous applause of people who have bad media opinions.
It's like they're supposed to be more interesting than cops, but it just does not explain it well. So like every critique of propaganda still applies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. I have takes on this, but according to the Mass Effect fandom at large, the guy who says there is too much bureaucratic red tape because the police force did not allow me to blow up a shipload with hostages to stop one criminal is on the morally right side. He also consistently, whenever he's in an argument with people in Mass Effect 1, will go, hey, your race really fucking sucks, doesn't it?
On the way up,
According to the fandom, that person is baby and never did anything wrong. But the Antichrist incarnate is a Latina woman who basically goes, hey, are you sure we should allow a mercenary, a cop who got pushed off the force for not abiding by protocol, and the daughter of this right-hand woman of the person we're tracking down, are you sure they should have unlimited access to like the most sophisticated military warship in our fleet? She is the Antichrist incarnate.
Well, of course, she's a woman and she talked.
And her entire argument is, I do not trust, like, a quick thing about the race politics in Mass Effect. You have like the 3 council races who control everything. Then you have all the races who are determined not important enough to be on the council and determine everything. And humanity at this point is like in between because it is not yet decided if they are important enough or not.
Gross.
So Ashley's entire take is basically, we cannot trust the governments of those other worlds to always do what is right for us, because when shit hits the fan, they will only go after like their own interests. Because of that, she is labeled as the worst racist imaginable, and the plot literally says she is right, because that is literally what happens in Mass Effect 3. Shit hits the fan and everybody is, yes, sorry, we cannot help you protect Earth because we have our own issues.
Yeah. Interesting. Cause yeah, that's not how, like, from what I'd heard about Ashley, it was very different than that.
Okay, she does also have, here we get into the issue of multiple lines.
Yeah.
Or of multiple writers, because she also have a line that I think is really badly written, does not line up with any of her actual characteristics, and that is, I cannot tell the difference between the aliens and the animals.
Oh wow, that's a choice.
But also, to be fair, one of the alien species is literally a race of sentient jellyfish. And I think they were trying to talk about like the races that are basically animal but sentient. But it does not fit with any of her other characteristics, because she is also like one of the only persons who will actively actually say, you know what, I think the human terrorists, like the pro-human terrorist organization is bad actually.
Yeah, wild. That's what a terrible evil take of hers to have. Wow, so evil. Oh my god, people. I'm not surprised people threw tantrums in weird ways because again,
fandom is fun, isn't it?
fandom is something I pay very little attention to.
Another fandom darling is a guy who literally participated in a genocide, and for like the first game he shows up and constantly goes, actually it was the right thing to do, and then at the end, just before he dies, goes, actually it was wrong, and I will undo it now. Mass Effect stumbles and falls with everything. It's like, I love BioWare games, but it stumbles and falls with everything it tries.
Yeah, well, that's really something. I'm kind of lost. That was a lot of words. Thank you for sharing your special interest.
What I'm saying is it's bad. I love it, but it's bad.
Yeah, I have so many issues with BioWare writing. Maybe when Jesse and I finish Bethesda Sucks at Writing, I'll do BioWare Sucks at Writing.
They literally, like, they will write interesting lore, and then the next game decide, actually this makes this marginalized group turn out to not be evil, and if we want gray morality, we need to make this minority group evil, because then the
fucking gray morality shit that all of these companies dedicate themselves to, which is where they like twist themselves into knots to just make the most bigoted shit, because they're like, well, we have to have like choices that, and it's like you can just have like you there's ways of doing that don't involve bigotry. I think sometimes
having an evil choice is good because it means choosing to be good.
Yeah,
it's like an actual choice, like Caesar's Legion in New Vegas.
I was about to bring up New Vegas.
The fact you can join Caesar's Legion makes actively opposing Caesar's Legion actually a choice.
It makes it meaningful. You can choose to be a fascist little shit, but also the game will keep calling you that the entire time.
Yes.
It will never let up on saying, hey, you suck. Doing this, you suck. You player, your choice to do this makes you a piece of shit. Like that's the thing, is it like, and the other thing is that the NCR isn't a good choice necessarily. You know, like, there are certain missions where choosing the NCR side of that mission is generally good, but the NCR is neoliberal, and thus
it fucks over the local population.
Yeah, it has a lot of awful things. It is awful in a lot of ways. So, wow, I've ripped through 3 chapters, chat. I'm actually pretty good at this game. I've only died once, and it was to a environmental hazard. But I really do need to buy the I need more inventory space to have weapons on me, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem too, Ophelia, is that a lot of people weren't engaging with the art at the time that was good writing. Cough, pathologic cough. Because it was weird and out there.
And also the people who did play New Vegas did not actually understand the topics it was talking.
Yeah, at the time. I think I'm really sad that there's a certain video by a YouTuber I really like that is no longer public, and I can't recommend because it's a pre-transition video.
It sounds like you're better.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I'm not saying who it is. Very specific to respect this, but just it is unfortunate because I think it's probably one of the better analyses of New Vegas's politics, and I'm just hoping that somebody at some point will.
I don't know what the hell it is.
Really?
We'll do a new version.
Know anything about it?
Yes, and remake it, but without the dysphoria.
I am not the bad guy.
Hey Molly, how are you doing?
Take you right now.
Chat, you should go buy music from Molly because it's good.
Make some noise for Molly Noise, am I right?
Yes, exactly.
We've entered the debris field. Get to the captain's nest. I'll explain everything later. Coming down.
But actually, no. Look up Molly Noise on Bandcamp and support her. Thank you.
I'll also support Aaron up on Confi. If we get to 40%, we get to see the boy.
Yes, you do get to see the boy if we get to 40%. And don't you want to break from the horrors? Don't you want to break from the horrors?
I would like a break from the horrors, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I will gladly talk about Pathologic. I'm very normal about Pathologic.
I need to finish it still.
I still need to finish it. I haven't finished it. I'm
restart.
on, I think, day 7, but I had like a major glitch and I was gonna have to restart. Oh, that's awesome, Molly. Yeah, I want to play through Deadspace all the way so I can play through Deadspace 2 all the way as well. So I'll probably do both this month, to be honest. Oh boy.
It's like I was playing during the depression months. Because like my traumas related to like specific dates. So eventually it just became too much.
But yeah, I still need to finish Patho 1. I've been playing through it slowly. I have to restart day 7 because I made a major mistake. Oh no, I had a game break bug, so I'm gonna have to restart day 7 from the beginning, and do it all over again, which is unfortunate. But my problem is that I broke the game. My Daniil Dankovsky can best be described as big iron on his head. The game's changer one fine day.
I don't remember what day I was on.
I might have gotten really good at killing looters in the Burt district and I think I have like 60,000 money that like I don't need for any story things at all. I have like 40 of like 2 different types of bullets. I have an obscene amount of the majority of the meds in the game. I broke Patho 1. The thing about Patho 1 is that once you learn how to manipulate the systems and things, you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want.
I mean, like, I wasn't really manipulating it, but I quickly find out when you kind of know what you're doing, it's actually not that hard.
No, it's not. Like, people really heavily exaggerate.
Run.
I would say that people really heavily exaggerate how difficult Pathologic is. I would say the main difficulty is just it's long. Like, that's the main issue. It requires such a dedication and attention to detail. So, where is it? While I've been playing through Pathologic, I've been maintaining a journal as if I'm Daniil Dankovsky, a normal and regular thing for a human being to do. Is this the book that I have it in? No, this is not it. Is this it? This is not it. Which fucking notepad did I have that in? I will find it at some point. I'm sorry, I'm a very disorganized mess at the best of times.
One thing I will say though is
I have a bunch of drawings in it that are fun though, and I want to show Chad.
One thing I will say is I watched like all the videos. I knew the full story. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew everybody say that it is gonna fuck you up so much. And I thought, because I know about it, I'll be able to handle it.
Yeah.
The plot with the dancer where you like, you help her and then you help like me, it fucked me up. I was not ready. It fucked me up.
Yeah,
because I knew I couldn't do anything about it, but I still felt responsible.
Yeah, my Daniel probably looks a little bit like Doom Guy, just walking out of the houses covered in blood. Like, I've killed 50 looters. Give me all your bullets, guards. Especially because that game is kind of built on save scumming anyway, so like the game is designed with the expectation that you will save scum. Yeah. Not a question of if, but when. Okay, cool. I got pulse rounds. Okay, how do I switch weapons? Okay, cool. I need the pulse weapon mostly to deal with those little buggers, because they're such bastards. What was I saying? But yeah, pathologic, I'm very normal about it. It doesn't help that, like, one of my good friends is Ruby from Codex Entry, who's the one that got me into playing Pathologic. You should, Chad, if you haven't, you should go watch Pathologic for those who will never play it. Even if you've played through Pathologic, it's just really good video essay work. And, but yeah, I love my stinky son. Boy, does he suck. He's just my precious little trash bag. I want to kick him down the stairs. Daniil Dankovsky, my beloved. I'm very normal about Daniil Dankovsky. I definitely...
The true global experience.
Yeah. Pathologic is a game where you,
Isaac. Damn, he's
collect weird little boys that you play as. And they all suck. And you're just like, yes. Yes, my terrible child. You suck so bad. I love you.
Me with victims?
This is supposed to be a repair mission. Plain and simple. This mess is the asteroid defense system. I can fix these boards when the main power routing is shot. You're gonna have to reroute them manually through at least 3 junction boxes to activate the primary hand. Oh, but first, you need to activate the atrium elevators from bridge security. You can use them to get to the junction boxes.
I feel like Isaac, 2 is just a different design focus.
I saw something out there. I don't know what. I only got a glimpse. It was big. Really big.
Shit! Stand back! Oh, that one was dead when I sealed the pod. These things don't die easily.
We are dismembering aliens, Amaze. I am an effective alien dismemberer.
One day I'll have the energy to get through all of Pathologic and then do all the other routes and then do Pathologic too, but...
I'm gonna do it. I will do it eventually. I just need to get the motivation. I wish I could find my stupid Daniil Dankovsky journal, which yes, writing an entire journal from Daniil Dankovsky's perspective is normal. It's a normal thing to
To be fair, I have done that with a few other characters before, but I just usually abandon it after chapter 2 because I'm impatient as fuck.
Oh my god, someone in chat mentioning fictives. Can you imagine the cursed energy of having a Daniil Dankovsky fictive?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I brought up fictives a moment ago.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Ow. Oh, I don't know how to do this fight.
Shoot it in the back, Isaac.
Okay.
I am glad none of the fictives in our system are at that level.
God, can you imagine dealing with Daniil Dankovsky in your own head? The egotism would be such a huge issue.
If I imagine it strong enough, I might manifest it. So
okay,
no,
yeah, don't do that, don't do that. No, I misclicked. Ah, no!
It's funny seeing you freak out, and I'm waiting to see what is going to happen in a few seconds.
I'm good at this game! First try! Oh my god, I'm gonna go save. I do really want to figure out what the fuck I did with my Daniil journal though, because that was very fun.
It will show up when you least expect it.
No, but I know it's around here somewhere. It's really bothering me that I misplaced it.
I know, but that's why you will not be able to find it until you're not thinking about it.
I know that. I'm aware of this being a problem. I just don't understand because I don't think I removed it from my desk at any point, right? So I don't understand how an object that was not moved from one place can disappear. This does not make sense.
Remember when I was panicking about my medication running out and I was blaming everybody, including the pharmacy, and it turned out my cat just knocked it off my table?
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at the floor. I want to know what I did with it. I'm going to be right back, chat. Triss, entertain chat for 5 seconds.
Okay, Chad, what do you want me to do for your entertainment? I need you to come up with entertainment yourself because I'm a horrible host. I'm gonna go get my cat and see what she thinks. Yep, okay, she's on. Molly, you do not want me to beatbox. That's gonna be painful for everybody involved. You do not want that. Huh, come. You do not want me to give an impression. I'm so sorry. I am not as interesting as Aronok, unfortunately. I'm just mentally ill. No, it's...
It doesn't make any sense.
We hear someone in the background. But no, I'm just kind of the gay mentally ill friend who comes on Aronok's stream sometimes to talk about disability rights.
It was right in front of me the whole time.
Of course it was.
It was underneath my drawing tablet. Okay.
Of course it was.
Oh wait, no, this one's... No, there it is! Okay. Yeah, just my... I'm not gonna show you it close enough that you can read but yeah, I was playing through Pathologic and I was taking notes each day as I went, and I drew images of shit that happened during that day. And it's all written from Daniil's perspective, as he just progressively gets more fucked up and depressed while dealing with this stuff. Remember the time you had to get a heart? Yeah. Anyway, there's my very normal, very, very sane thing that I did while playing. I'm just so normal. Harley is a perfectly normal pathologic fan behavior. I'm glad that you think that's normal. That makes me happy.
Is pathologic fan and normal, do those really belong in a sentence together?
No, I think to be a fan of pathologic, you have to be just a little bit weird.
In the best way possible. I mean, pathologic isn't really horror, I'd say. I mean, it's survival, but...
I mean, it is horror and it isn't, simultaneously.
Horror is such a broad concept.
Yeah, I'd say that it kind of lives in, like, the middle ground between the two. It's this weird nebulous zone between horror and not horror. It requires a certain amount of masochism. No, because, like, I think you just need to have, like, the type of brain that doesn't hate experiencing it, like, where it's not painful and it's just fun.
Atrium elevators are now online.
Like, for me, the experience was mostly like, oh, this is so fucked up, I love this.
Yeah, and for me, I'm just like, hee, this is fun! This is unironically Aeronauts' Fun Step Vacation, a thing I have written into a script that will probably get written at some point. It's for the Signalis script. I have it in a section about pathologic and why a lot of trans people like it. And basically my point is that trans people are extremely used to discomfort. So it's kind of it's nothing new. It's just kind of like, yeah.
I think Discord noise cancellation like blocked it out, but that made me cackle so loudly.
Discord did cancel it out, but
wow, cancel culture has really gone too far now.
Settle down, then. Hold him. By Maritime Law, Article 5469, I hereby declare Captain Benjamin Mathias unfit for duty.
The marker must be delivered to the church. Terrence, please.
I'm sorry, Ben, but I can't let you do this.
Traitor. Heretic.
Hold his head.
Murderer!
Hold him.
next time I stream this, I might need to put up like some sort of epilepsy warning somewhere. Just because there is a lot of flashing lights at times.
I had to stop him.
Gotta love horror games. Gotta love them for it.
Yeah, no, like, that's the thing is that, like, Pathologic is kind of a... Pathologic is a torture simulator if you're a cis white man and a power... and a power fantasy. If you're marginalized. No, I think that is what it is, Molly. Like, I think there's this is something I wanted to talk about for a long time. You know what? Chat, because we've gone well past the original goal to get me to read a little bit of something. I'll read a little bit more. I'll read a little bit of what I wrote in the Pathologic stuff. But I do think that there is a tendency amongst people who've experienced a lot of difficulties and things to engage in like emotional extremophile that like to seek out those things that influence heavy
Keep an eye out for any kind of distortion effect coming from the floor. It could be dangerous.
Like
I'll get to a save point.
It's the I don't even know what I was gonna say.
It's all good.
every so often I feel like I need to engage with some media that fucks me up for like at least an hour to mentally reset.
And I think it's just because it's funny. It's what's weird is that I've gotten extremely triggered by media that would surprise you, and then engaged in media that a lot of other people find really heavy or whatever, and like that's comforting to me.
The thing that fucked me up most recently was a visual novel when National Parks become animated. It genuinely fucked me up a little bit.
Yeah, like the worst I've been triggered by a piece of media was watching. It's called The Brothers Grimsby, but it's the first film by Ryan Johnson. I was watching it with LK, and I had like a 4-hour, like, it was bad. It was very bad time. I had a very bad time because there's some stuff in it that touches on. I'm not gonna talk about that. It was a bad time. It was a bad time. And I'm just gonna safety cart. This is my safety bin. Shit, not one of these things again. This is a normal enemy now?
Yeah, of course. How else is the game supposed to touch you?
Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm gonna die. Let me stasis. Let me run around. I think it's dead.
Speaking of Ryan Johnson, I recently watched Looper for the first time.
You watched Looper for the first time?
It's someone in chat. I watched it a while ago.
I like Looper a lot. I liked it more rewatching it. I think it's a film that basically, it's like 90% of what it's saying is just like, stop trying to make logic out of art and just engage emotionally. Like that is a huge amount of the message of that film, and I think that's why I enjoy it so much.
I watched it like pre-transition in like my super logical edgy phase. And like the main reason I wanted to watch this is because everybody talked about like how super complicated the time travel is, and it's really not if you just engage emotionally.
Yeah, like
if you just
literally
watch.
It just has a scene where it's like engage emotionally, and people are like, what if I didn't?
It makes perfect sense if you're just watching the movie, but if you're trying to explain it to somebody who has not seen it, yeah, it sounds a bit odd.
Well, but also if you're trying to like, well, like time to allow us to have a specific, like hard logic and stuff, and it's like, that's not the point. It's explicitly, if anything, it's explicitly spitting in the face of that, and I think that's why it upsets certain people because they want it to be a certain way. Okay, let's go over to Signalis and applicability. I'm going to read the pathologic stuff. So this section's tentatively called Pathologic, the game that trans people love.
How dare you call me out like this?
Don't worry, we'll get to my dear Signalis soon enough, but first I need to examine why I wanted to talk about it. See, I bought Signalis without a second thought when my friend Ruby, whom you might know as the face of Codex Entry, told me that she was doing a video on it, and it was really good. The reason that's all I needed was Pathologic. Ruby and her partner Clark are the reason I finally tried that game. Partially due to their series Pathologic for those who will never play it, and partially from a conversation about how the game is not as bad as people make it out to be. A lot of video essay hours have been dedicated to discussing how difficult and unpleasant Pathologic is. Daniil's Fun Step Vacation. As someone who deals with enough unpleasant experiences in my day-to-day, I wasn't sure I wanted to engage in it in my downtime, especially because certain types of games set off my anxiety. One of my favorite horror games, Deadspace, has caused me to have a panic attack before. But I booted up the game and discovered that for some fucked up reason, Pathologic is unironically Aeronoc's Fun Step Vacation. I like this combat for some reason. I love this walking. I am obsessed with my stinkiest worst son, Daniil. He knows what he did. These characters, these systems, feel like a strange home. This is pleasant and enjoyable for me. Some visual that's like showing off the ridiculousness of Pathologic. That's weird, right? Is it just me or is that not weird? Like, do you want to know a game that does stress me out? Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing induces more stress in me than Pathologic. And then I'm going to have on screen the video, where does the circle go? That's right, in the square hole. And I'll just like have labeled like brain and dopamine. A while later, my friend Darkfry said that Pathologic is a game enjoyed by trans people and H-Bomber Guy. I'd add like 2 other video essays to that list. But why the fuck is that? Why do a massive number of trans people I know like this game? I think that perhaps, and hear me out on this, trans people are far more experienced with discomfort than cis people. It's not an abnormal emotional state. It is perhaps just a baseline element of our day-to-day. Thanks, cis people. So Pathologic is, for us, more of a comedy than anything else. I mean, I can't count how many times I've laughed at Daniil's terrible insert a funny line. Why would you say that, you stinky man? Like, yeah, sure, everything is super difficult, and you're not the hero, and things go bad, and it is emotionally taxing. But compared to real life, it still feels pretty empowering, I'm not gonna lie. It's a more relatable work than I would expect it to be. And as someone who did pandemic spread research during a pandemic and was privy to my provinces bungling the situation, let's say it was just a little extra relatable. I'd say a central feeling of Pathologic is clawing your way towards any good thing you can have while feeling like everything is stacked against you. Everything is stacked against you surviving, and the powers that be are indifferent to your plight. Totally not relatable. Yeah, I have just like random snippets of that script that are quite fun. I look forward to writing it eventually. But I do actually have a bit of it that's kind of relevant to the emotional extremophile thing and stuff, I think. Sometimes I read something I wrote and I think of this image and it's just a screenshot with, yeah, no one thinks like this, you're a broken person. Which I know is bad, but like... Sometimes I imagine what art I would have made if my brain wasn't a kaleidoscope of fractures. I think I'd make things that bring joy. For the last 2 years, I have tried, and spectacularly failed, to make just one video that doesn't get consumed, at least in part, by the negative emotions and experiences I struggle with. I sit there and go, this time I'm making something happy. I mandate that I'll make it happy. And then I can't. There are 7 semi-completed scripts in my large drive folder that are a result of this. 9 now, actually. But for most of the time spent obsessively seeking out the ability to make joyful works, I didn't notice how much the sorrow I had explored allowed me to let go of things, to heal my heart. And when I stepped away from the spiral and embraced what my art is, I found it brought so much comfort by exploring the discomforting. Not to find easy answers, but to understand the difficult ones. Some people bring joy with a joke. I think I bring joy by giving people the space and permission to cry, to release, to let go of the pent-up feelings and step away refreshed and feeling understood. And perhaps this is what Pathologic and Signalis do for trans people. It gives us a safe place to feel a lot of feelings. It revels in nuance and liminalities and the uncertain and says it's okay that you're confused. Because we are constantly struggling with uncertainty, with liminality, with the unknown. If there's one thing we know, it is the unknown. There is an appeal to known dangers, an attraction because so much of our life is spent dealing with not knowing if there's danger, but that there's always the possibility of it. I think this is why I balk at people who mock mentally ill people for making art from our perspective. It is not glorifying things to release our feelings through art. To be very direct, I'm tired of sane people having this whole whine about glorifying sadness when mentally ill people make art about how we're feeling. I don't think we owe catering our works to the need of quote-unquote sane people who engage in topics irresponsibly and for some silly reason think that expressing songs about the dark times somehow encourages negative feelings. No, there is deep personal value in exploring the negative, in dissecting the horrific, in comprehending the abyss. We have to feel emotions to let them go, after all. So why would it be bad to make space to do that in? And that bit was kind of inspired by a really bad video essay I saw. The frequency with which sections of my scripts come out of, like, being mad at bad video essays is unfortunately not small. Triss? Did we lose you?
No, I needed to figure out the mic.
Oh, okay. No worries. I just wanted to make sure that, like, there was...
I said Triss left.
Oh, okay. How are you doing? Also, who's fronting?
It's Meryl.
How are you doing, Meryl?
I have no clue what I'm doing.
Oh, no! Would it be helpful if I explain what's going on?
Yes, please.
Okay, we're hanging out on my stream. Triss and I were talking a lot about, like, mental health and media and stuff.
Makes sense.
I'm glad everybody likes these snippets of scripts that will eventually become something. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that the streams helped out with that, Val. Yeah, I do eventually want to write a script about ableism in Cyberpunk and, like, how to write not ableist stuff in Cyberpunk. My tentative name for the script was the elephant in the server room.
How would that fit?
What do you mean?
Like, server rooms are typically not that large. How would you fit in?
No, because it's meant to be more in the thing that, like, people don't want to talk about the ableism of the genre, you know? That's prevalent in a lot of works in the genre. Not all works in the genre, but a certain amount of them.
I will warn you, if you mention any metaphor or allegory, I will take it as literally as possible.
That's okay. Oh god. I hear a lot of noise. Let me run. I hear more of them. What do you mean? Of course you're being recruited to a cult. I kid. I am not an eldritch being slowly collecting a cult like the markers.
Don't worry, if this was a code, we would tell you. You can trust us.
I swear we won't do anything. I'm not lying. Okay, where am I supposed to go? Let's go to level 3.
Yes, exactly. When you ask someone if this is a code, they're required by law to say yes.
Exactly, and per that law, this is not a cult.
This is Temple. The bridge is fucked. I don't know what went on in there, but I'm not sticking around in case whatever did it comes back. I'm heading for hydroponics. to find Elizabeth.
This isn't the space. This isn't where I'm supposed to go, so this is where I'm gonna go anyway. Cause fuck going the right direction. I want secrets. I want to upgrade my guns and my suit.
I think Princess is really confused right now because I have such a different presence in Triss. He is looking around so confused. She also just tried stepping on my phone on the desk and slept.
Fuck. That was a huge waste of ammo and health. Yeah, another friend of ours that's plural has that with their cat, where like the different presences results in different reactions.
Power transferred to the ADS.
Okay. Primary astrogation power has been rerouted.
In a weird way, it's strangely
I don't know
validating.
about you, but I think I'm seeing things. My head's pounding.
Because people are not that good at recognizing differences.
Yeah, no. I think it's, I think people aren't naturally, like, trying to see that, you know?
Yeah, people would naturally try and not notice. Like, it's not just not looking, they try not to notice.
Isaac, listen up. I've gone over the MedSci reports. These things are biorecombinators.
Oh god, I'm
They
out of
take dead
ammo.
tissue, absorb it, and mold it into new forms.
Guess we're using my
One
shitty
iteration
weapon for a
seems to
bit.
have the sole purpose of infecting corpses. The others, well, seem to be making corpses to infect.
I've got lots of ammo, so...
And that body tissue we keep seeing on the walls is part of it too. I found a report that says it's a habitat changer.
Yep, Val, no, it's like, it is that bad. It is that staggeringly bad. We're actually making a really good pace to this game. I've only been playing for 3 hours. We're already 4 and a bit chapters in.
Speedrun.
God, no, this is not a speedrun.
Technically speaking, any completed run of a game is a speedrun if you submit it.
Yeah, but like, there's a difference between the game was completed in a certain amount of time and like a speed run. You know what I mean? I think I have 3 notes right now. Yeah, go ahead, Val. That's okay. It might get blocked, but I'll just read it if it does. Like, you're doing it with a purpose, and it's part of the conversation that we're already having, so I'm fine with that. Yes, I got a health upgrade. No, you're all good, Val.
Entering vacuum.
I like it when chat comes up with topics so I don't have to.
Yeah, that's not what those words mean. You are correct, Val. That's just like not even remotely correct. This thing is really awful as a weapon. Fuck! I stepped into a environmental hazard.
That was quite gory.
Yeah, a hell accident. The OSHA violations got me before the enemies did.
I will write a complaint for you.
Nice. That works. I just used the force gun to slam them into the roof. Instead of actually fighting them, I just pushed them into the hazard. Like, I have this gun to actually deal with two specific types of enemies, because it's really useful against them, and I have a lot of ammo for it. But it's not good in general. But I was out of good ammo, so... Yeah, I'm still really low on good ammo. But, it is what it is. As soon as I can get to a store, I'll be able to buy good stuff, because I have a shit ton of money.
Am I, from context, making sense of this enough? That in Cyberpunk, they made up a mental disorder?
Yes.
In order to aid game balance?
Yes. Basically, they couldn't deal with the fact that, like of how do you deal with, like, the strain of having a ton of, but, like, you could have just made it, like, a physical strain thing, you know?
I am so tired of Shenmue bullshit.
Like, there was other things they could have done.
Asteroid defense system now online.
Alright, we've got enough power, but the ADS canon's auto-targeting is down.
I mean,
I think it's a faulty data cable.
They're like cybernetic, right? They need electricity. Presumably from the human nervous system. So there is a natural limitation.
Yeah, like you could have. There's other things you could have done that would have been better, but alas, here we are. Okay, yeah, I know. I hate button mashy bits from old games. God, the pulse rifle just does feel weird compared to using what this game was designed for.
If you hear weird noises in the background, Princess found her nasal spray again.
Oh, good. Okay, that's the way I'm supposed to go, so we're not gonna go there yet. Let's see what's in this room. Yeah, this is why I ammo hoard. We're gonna drop the ammo that I don't have stuff for. Because medium health pack is worth way more than 2 line rack shots. Because eventually you run out of ammo. Yeah, I basically blasted most of my good ammo on the big chonky boys. Cool, they lost most of the shit. Okay, good, I got some more good ammo from this room. Yes! I want to make sure I always have a power node on, because there's these special rooms that you can only lock with power nodes that have some of the better weapons and things in the game locked behind them. Obviously, power nodes are useful just for upgrades, but there's also that to think about. The pulse rifle is perfectly okay if I upgrade the damage on it. I just need to upgrade the damage on it.
Right. So in chat, someone brought up the 80s was the period that the RPG was more about gathering as much power instead of role-playing. Wasn't that also when role-playing was just filled with Nazi shit?
Oh yeah, there was a lot of that, but I would say that the dominant design ethos of the 80s was more in the power gaming thing, because they were still coming out of wargaming, right? And so it was a lot more focused on a very specific type of play, where often the DM was trying to fuck over trick the players, and the players were trying to beat the DM, you know? and it was less about telling story. Not that no groups played with very story-focused stuff. There was lots of groups that did. My dad's a good example of people that like played more in the way that we do now, back in the 80s. But yeah.
Yeah. Because it's such a challenge when you have all the control over the laws of the game to defeat a few players who have to follow the rules.
Well, the thing is, it was meant to be like, it was more just like they're trying to make traps and things that the players couldn't outwit, rather than, it's not about beating the players so much as like making a puzzle or a problem they couldn't solve.
It's like Riddler rules. Like Riddler from Batman.
Yeah, you can literally create anything you want, but just they decided to be antagonistic to each other in weird ways. Okay, where am I supposed to go? Oh, back out there. I went the wrong direction. I literally have a glowing line telling me where to go, and I went the wrong direction anyway, chat. Look at those muddy textures.
That's just me whenever I'm in the city.
I'm gonna save. This is going well overall though. Like I have the 3rd suit already. No. The mouse is so finicky. Early TTRPGs have a incel vibe because there was a lot of incel-y dudes that were in the publishing side of things, but they weren't all like that. There was also a lot of women that wrote TTRPGs back in the day. It just
and then since then get harassed a lot and are not talked about anymore because of it.
Yeah, a little bit, but also a lot of them like a lot of people don't realize that stuff like Strahd was made by a woman. A lot of people forget about stuff like that. Like a lot of the really famous shit from D&D wasn't written by dudes, but it was, you know, not well credited sometimes. I do want to get the Ripper eventually. Oh, sorry.
About like the whole hunter-gatherer thing, it annoys me so much because it's just people looked at how a society functioned and were like, we can make a gender out of this.
We can make a binary out of this. We can do that.
Realistically speaking, what do you think happens when you make all the men hunt and all the women gather? Who's gonna cook? Who's gonna make spears? Who's gonna make huts?
Okay, how much inventory space do I actually have? Okay.
It's that women were gatherers is just an assumption people made because
of their current context.
Masculinity.
But they don't actually have a lot of evidence for that.
As far as I can tell, there is not evidence. It was just assumed at one point, and now it's presumed to be.
I think there is some context where that might have been true, but it really depends the culture and the area of the world. And have a good one, Molly. Love you too. Have a good one.
And of course, ultimately, every culture would have been different because there are a lot of cultures around the world.
Yep. That's the other thing too, is that like ancient cultures weren't one consistent thing, and it's just there's so many layers. There's so many fucking layers, and people want to.
I always feel the same when somebody looks at like an ancient civilization and they're like, oh, everybody in this was a soldier who went to war, and it's like, you know, a society will collapse if it doesn't do any labor except war, right?
Yeah, like that's not gonna go over well.
And like, sure, in ancient society there relied a lot on slave labor, but if you have all your slaves responsible for all your labor, they can single-handedly collapse your entire economy overnight by just not going to work.
Yeah. Also, yes, exactly. Questioning, especially. Questioning said, look up women hunters were extremely common in ancient and modern day foraging societies. Yeah, like there is actually research that shows that they were common. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, people are fucking silly.
Also, like, ancient hunting is not really comparable to modern day hunting because it's usually endurance hunting, which is where.
It's just a totally different fucking skill set, and yeah.
Instead of trying to use bows and arrows or spears to kill an animal quickly and then get its food, you chase them down, wait until they get tired, and then because if you walk on two legs, you can ration your energy more, and eventually they will die.
Yeah, we literally ran things to death.
Yeah. No, we let them run and we just walked calmly behind them. Why do I say we as if I'm a human? I'm not a human. I mean, my people didn't do it much differently.
You should probably explain what you mean by for people who don't know. I know.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
I'm not Trish. You can't trick me into explaining things to people.
I'm not tricking anybody. I mean, Trish came on here to discuss that stuff, to be fair.
Oh, true, but Kay really likes explaining things.
Yeah.
And I like being an enigma.
Which is valid. And you never have to explain things if you don't want to.
The one thing I will explain if I say something is real Shemlin shit, I'm insulting humans.
Okay.
It's the elven word for human. Anus.
Yeah, go for it, soft truths. Humanity was the horror all along. I hate that fucking trope. Okay. Chad, if you donate a bit, I'll read you some of another script where I talk about why I hate that trope.
To reach the ADS cannon. Problem is, we're still getting bombarded by asteroids. Look for cover, or you'll get torn to pieces.
Entering vacuum. Entering zero gravity. Warning. Multiple impacts detected across the starboard hull.
Okay. The humans are the real virus, that sort of thing. I hate that trope. Yes, I have a script that I will probably eventually finish about Dying Light 2, The Last of Us TV show, and Hope in the Apocalypse / simultaneously capitalist realism.
Warning. Multiple impacts detected across the starboard hull.
I see.
Also, soft truths, I support you for not wanting to explain after all.
Fuck, this is a stressful section. Come on, let me get to the next thing. I hate stuff like this in games. It's very of its time, though, like mid-2000s, like, goddamn, Isaac, are you gonna be okay, bud?
I am biased to like anything that's in space, though. I just wish the skybox was a bit less flat. I like looking at the stars in the distance.
Come on. Yeah, I know he's struggling to breathe. Let me in. Let me in.
Gravity. Exiting vacuum.
Made it. Yeah, exactly, Lewis. It's like 3 pounds of mucus in his lungs.
Well, that's because it is. It is an eco-fash dog whistle.
It is an eco-fash dog whistle, you are correct.
And that's why even though...
I have a joke in that script that relates to Agent Smith and that shit.
That's why even though I'm famously very critical of humans, I will never make that type of joke, because that is too... That's actually said by shit people.
That's it, Isaac. You're in the pit. The cannon's a mass driver, so it should punch through anything flying at us. Keep an eye on the hull's integrity. Too many of those things get by, and we're dead. I think I've almost got the system repaired. Just buy me a little more time.
Holy shit, this section's awful.
This is certainly a choice.
I knew this section was going to be the worst part, but I forgot how bad it was.
Just 1 more minute, and it should be fully operational.
Well, I hate that like some of them are randomly spawning additional. Ugh. Such a 2000s era game design decision that sucks. I hate it so much. Especially because the aiming controls in Deadspace are frankly janky.
So it isn't just a point-and-click section?
I mean, it is a point-and-click section, but it just feels awkward. It's like... I don't know how to describe what aiming with a mouse and keyboard feels like in...
The cannon's a mass driver,
so
it should punch through anything flying at us. Keep an eye on the hull's integrity. Too many of those things get
Oh no, I think I get...
I think I've almost got the system repaired.
Like the sensitivity is such an issue.
It's not even the sensitivity, it just feels weird. It doesn't feel like aiming a mouse or aiming a weapon. It feels more like trying to drag the leash of a dog.
Don't tell me there is a delay on the guns following.
It just feels very janky. I don't know how to describe it. It feels like I'm pulling it rather than aiming it.
That is such a shaman thing.
Can you fix it, please? I guess I've done much better on this go around, but like...
Nice shooting, Isaac. Auto-targeting is now online and clearing a path to safe orbit. As soon as we're clear, I'll engage the autopilot again.
Head to the tram.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it, Harley. It feels like aiming on the N64 and like GoldenEye. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. There's like a delay or a dead. It just feels weird. It just feels off. It's not well implemented, and the aiming works perfectly fine when you're in third person. It's over the shoulder, but the instant it goes into those cutscene style aiming or into this type of section, it feels truly awful.
Entering zero gravity.
Also, want to hear a fun fact? The sun is starting to rise over here.
Oh, fun. I need to move faster. These no gravity sections are also a little janky, just because my mouse keeps moving upwards, so I have to like pull against the curvature of what my character's running on. I don't know how else to describe it. It's
Right, like a plane in the flat earth's model of the globe.
Exiting zero gravity. Exiting vacuum.
okay.
Wait! Isaac Hammond, you're not gonna believe this. Oxygen levels are falling. Something's poisoning hydroponics air production, and whatever it is, it's filling the deck up with that organic stuff. We're not going to have
pretty good
any air to
progress
breathe
through the
soon.
game.
But if I understand these lab reports correctly, I think I can make a poison to destroy it. Head to medical. It should have everything you need.
Will this never end?
I like how this entire game is about being like a low-down, mechanical engineer on this shitty, awful ship, and you're just endlessly running around doing annoying tasks to try and repair everything, so you can just stay living for a little while longer. It's like it's great. It's great as a thematic exploration of like being lower class in a capitalist system, because that's what this game is exploring a lot of the time. And I just this game gets Alien in a way that I don't think a lot of the other things that have been inspired by it really quite get it.
We've been thinking of watching that one. Owen really wants to see it.
Hello, head crab. Oh no 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 no! Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Motherfuckers. Alright, let's save again. Like, that's the thing that I like about this game so much, and I think is kind of lost by some of its later iterations, is that you do feel like you're an engineer that's not supposed to be doing this, and you're using clunky, construction machinery in ways it was very much not intended to do combat. Yeah, exactly, Val. The game is definitely capturing the feeling of being the only person who's competent enough or who cares enough to get stuff done at a dead-end job. Yes! And, you're just surrounded by these incompetent buffoons that do not help you very much.
Excuse me for a second, I'll be right back.
No worries. And that's why the pulse rifle is so interesting as a weapon, because it is one of the few military items you manage to get a hold of in the game, right? And it does feel significantly different from the rest of the arsenal in a way that I think is really fitting. I don't know, there's just a lot of good stuff in this game. Eventually I'll want to get the flamethrower or the line gun. Probably the flamethrower, not the contact beam. But for now I'm pretty happy with my weapon set.
Princess immediately starts from my ski. She doesn't like me as much because she is worried about Triss and I'm acting strange to her.
Yeah.
She doesn't like me, so I'm trying to bribe her with treats.
God damn it. Instead of punching her in the face to give me some distance, a bunch of damage. I was just trying to buy some shit, you bastards. I haven't gotten to use my favorite weapon yet, though. I need like a good chunk of enemies to make it worth it.
What is your favorite weapon? What is the favorite weapon?
It's this thing. It shoots out a saw blade that you hold with the kinetic, like telekinesis in front of you, and then boom, fire it off at enemies once you're done ripping through a bunch of limbs. It's super ammo efficient.
Like that section in Half-Life.
Yes, very much inspired by that. Chapter 4 completed. Ah, how beautiful is that, chap? How lovely. Okay, I think that is enough Dead Space for one day, but we're not done. I have a little thing to read. So, yeah, just give me a second to find a save point. Or I just did save.
Isaac, I can smell the contaminated air from here. It's spreading faster than I expected. I'm trying to isolate it, but it's not going to buy us much time. We have to get that thing off this ship. The chemicals you need are in the chemistry lab. I'll hack the door for you when you get there.
Okay. I'm going to... Is there a save point right by me? Yeah, there's a save point in the next room. Should probably just sell something and get another node, but it's fine. It's probably going to be a big fight in this room, and then I'll be able to save.
You can't stand in the way of God's plan, the natural order. Are you blind, left to rest?
I forgot about this character. Yeah, this character's not fun.
Looks like someone has reprogrammed the door locks on this deck.
I would say this is the character that plays the most with, like,
I guess we're not alone here after
bad
all.
understanding of mental
of
illness, vibes-wise. You know, it's giving, you know, in BioShock, like, the one, like, it kind of has the vibe of, like, some of the BioShock sections where you have, like, a villain that talks to you throughout the entire, segment, or, like, level. Okay. We're gonna exit the windows. I'm gonna, like, set a mood. I also gotta pop over to Twitch and, like, change the stream title and category. What the hell do you do for a category for, like, reading something?
Just chatting?
Just chatting, I guess? Okay. Reading the Fall of the House of Usher by who? I'm not gonna bother changing the YouTube title, it's fine. YouTube doesn't punish me for having specific categories or whatever, so it's fine. Let's see. Nice. Videos. Let's... No, I don't care about your shitty ad! I'm just gonna put this up in the tiny corner so there's something there rather than like reshuffling around my entire setup.
Makes sense. Cozy fireplace for 12 hours, fireplace ambience with crackling fire sounds.
Yes. We got a little vibe going. Because I don't know if I really have like music, like copyright-free music I can put behind this that'll be fitting vibes-wise. So instead we're doing fireplace. Okay. I'm setting a mood.
I am tucked in.
Where's my... There we go. So, in preparation for Netflix's The Fall of the House of Usher, and because I need to read them anyway, I'm going to be, because I'm going to write something, I'm going to be reading some Edgar Allan Poe every night until the 12th. So, if you're here at the end of the streams, except for maybe tomorrow, we'll see if I have energy after my class, because I have a class from 5:30 to 7:20, and it's drawing class. It tends to take a little bit out of me. But, at the end of streams, I'll probably be reading some Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe is one of my favorite authors. And we're going to start with The Fall of the House of Usher, the main source, but only one of many that the show will be pulling on, because I'm probably going to do something about Mike Flanagan's The Fall of the House of Usher. Anyway. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soundless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher. I know not how it was, but with the first glimpse of the building, a sense of insufferable gloom pervaded my spirit. I say insufferable, for the feeling was unrelieved by any of that half-pleasurable, because poetic, sentiment with which the mind usually receives even the sternest natural images of the desolate or terrible. I looked upon the scene before me, upon the mere house, and the simple landscape features of the domain, upon the bleak walls, upon the vacant eye-like windows, upon a few ranked sedges, and upon a few white trunks of decayed trees, with an utter depression of soul which I can compare to no earthly sensation more properly than to the after-dream of the reveller upon opium, the bitter lapse into everyday life, the hideous dropping off of the veil. There was an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought, which no goading of the imagination could torture into aught of the sublime. What was it? I paused to think. What was it that so unnerved me in the contemplation of the House of Usher? It was a mystery all insoluble, nor could I grapple with the shadowy fancies that crowded upon me as I pondered. I was forced to fall back upon the unsatisfactory conclusion that while beyond doubt there are combinations of very simple natural objects which have the power of thus affecting us, still the analysis of this power lies among considerations beyond our depth. It was possible, I reflected, that a mere different arrangement of the particulars of the scene, of the details of the picture, would be sufficient to modify or perhaps to annihilate its capacity for sorrowful impression, and, acting upon this idea, I reined my horse to the precipitous brink of a black and lurid tarn that lay in an unruffled lustre by the dwelling and gazed down, but with a shudder even more thrilling than before, upon the remodeled and inverted images of the grey sedge and the ghastly tree stems and the vacant and eye-like windows. Nevertheless, in this mansion of gloom, I now propose to myself a sojourn of some weeks. Its proprietor, Roderick Usher, had been one of my boon companions in boyhood, but many years had elapsed since our last meeting. A letter, however, had lately reached me in a distant part of the country. A letter from him, which, in its wildly importunate nature, had admitted no other than a personal reply. The MS gave evidence of nervous agitation. The writer spoke of acute bodily illness, and of a mental disorder which oppressed him, and of an earnest desire to see me as his best and indeed his only personal friend, with a view of attempting, by the cheerfulness of my society, some alleviation of his malady. It was the manner in which all of this, and much more, was said. It was the apparent heart that went with this request, which allowed me no room for hesitation, and I accordingly obeyed forthwith what I still considered a very singular summons. Although, as boys, we had been even intimate associates, yet I really knew little of my friend. His reserve had been always excessive and habitual. I was aware, however, that his very ancient family had been noted, time out of mind, for a peculiar sense of temperament, displaying itself through long ages in many works of exalted art, and manifested of late in repeated deeds of munificent yet unobtrusive charity, as well as in a passionate devotion to the intricacies, perhaps even more than to the orthodox and easily recognizable beauties, of musical science. I had learned, too, the very remarkable fact that the stem of the Usher race, all time-honored as it was, had put forth at no period any enduring branch. In other words, that the entire family lay in the direct line of descent, and had always, with very trifling and very temporary variation, so lain. It was this deficiency I considered, while running over in thought the perfect keeping of the character of the premises with the accredited character of the people, and while speculating upon this possible influence with the one, in the long lapse of centuries, might have exercised upon the other. It was this deficiency, perhaps, of collateral issue, and the consequent undeviating transmission, from sire to son, of the patrimony with the name, which had, at length, so identified the two as to merge the original title of the estate in the quaint and equivocal appellation of the House of Usher, an appellation which seemed to include, in the minds of the peasantry who used it, both the family and the family mansion. I have said that the sole effect of my somewhat childish experiment, that of looking down within the tarn, had been to deepen the first singular impression. There can be no doubt that the consciousness of the rapid increase of my superstition, for why should I not so term it, served mainly to accelerate the increase itself. Such I have long known as the paradoxical law of all sentiments having terror as a basis. It might have been for this reason only that when I again uplifted my eyes to the house itself from its image in the pool, there grew in my mind a strange fancy. A fancy so ridiculous, indeed, that I but mention it to show the vivid force of the sensations which oppressed me. I had so worked upon my imagination as really to believe that about the whole mansion and domain there hung an atmosphere peculiar to themselves and their immediate vicinity. An atmosphere which had no affinity with the air of heaven, but which had reeked up from the decayed trees and the grey wall and the silent tarn a pestilent and mystic vapour, dull, sluggish, faintly discernible, and leaden-hued. Shaking off from my spirit what must have been a dream, I scanned more narrowly the real aspect of the building. Its principal feature seemed to be that of an excessive antiquity. The discoloration of ages had been great. Minute fungi overspread the whole exterior, hanging in a fine tangled webwork from the eaves. That is an advertisement. I apologize. As soon as it will let me. Hanging in a fine tangled webwork from the eaves. Yet all this was apart from any extraordinary dilapidation. No portion of the masonry had fallen, and there appeared to be a wild inconsistency between its still perfect adaptation of parts and the crumbling condition of the individual stones. In this there was much that reminded me of the specious totality of old woodwork which had rotted for long years in some neglected vault, with no disturbance from the breath of the external air. Beyond this indication of extensive decay, however, the fabric gave little token of instability. Perhaps the eye of a scrutinizing observer might have discovered a barely perceptible fissure, which, extending from the roof of the building in front, made its way down the walls in a zigzagging direction, until it became lost in the sullen waters of the Tarn. Noticing these things, I rode over a short causeway to the house. A servant in waiting took my horse, and I entered the Gothic archway of the hall. A valet of stealthy step thence conducted me in silence through many dark and intricate passages in my progress to the studio of his master. Much that I encountered on the way contributed, I know not how, to heighten the vague sentiments of which I had already spoken. While the objects around me, while the carvings of the ceilings, the somber tapestries of the walls, the ebon blackness of the floors, and the phantasmagoric armorial trophies which rattled as I strode, were but matters to which, or to such as which, I had been accustomed from my infancy. While I hesitated not to acknowledge how familiar was all this, I still wondered to find how unfamiliar were the fancies which ordinary images were stirring up. On one of the staircases I met the physician of the family. His countenance, I thought, wore a mingled expression of low cunning and perplexity. He accosted me with trepidation and passed on. The valet now threw open a door and ushered me into the presence of his master. The room in which I found myself was very large and lofty. The windows were long, narrow, and pointed, and at so vast a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of encrimsoned light made their way through the trellised panes, and served to render sufficiently distinct the more prominent objects around. The eye, however, struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the chamber, or the recesses of the vaulted and fretted ceiling. Dark draperies hung upon the walls. The general furniture was profuse, comfortless, antique, and tattered. Many books and musical instruments lay scattered about, but failed to give any vitality to the scene. I felt that I breathed an atmosphere of sorrow. An air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all. Upon my entrance, Usher arose from a sofa on which he had been laying at full length, and greeted me with a vivacious warmth which had much in it, I at first thought, of an overdone cordiality, of the constrained effort of the ennui man of the world. A glance, however, at his countenance convinced me of his perfect sincerity. We sat down, and for some moments, while he spoke not, I gazed upon him with a feeling of half pity, half of awe. Surely man had never been so terribly altered in so brief a period as had Roderick Usher. It was with difficulty that I could bring myself to admit the identity of the wan being before me with the companion of my early boyhood, yet the character of his face had been at all times remarkable. A cadaverousness of complexion, an eye large, liquid, and luminous beyond comparison, lips somewhat thin and very pallid, but of a surpassingly beautiful curve. A nose of a delicate Hebrew model, but with a hit... These are old writing, I apologize for some lines. But with a breadth of nostril unusual in similar formations, a finely molded chin, speaking in its want of prominence, of want of moral energy. Hair of a more than web-like softness and tenuity, these features, with an inordinate expansion above the region of the temple, made up altogether a countenance not easily to be forgotten. And now, in the mere exaggeration of the prevailing character of these features, and of the expression they were wont to convey, lay so much of change that I doubt to whom I spoke. The now ghastly pallor of the skin and the now miraculous luster of the eye, above all things, startled and even awed me. The sunken hair, too, had been suffered to grow all unheeded, and as, in its wild, gossamer texture, it floated rather than fell upon the face, I could not, even with effort, connect its arabesque expression with any idea of simple humanity. In the manner of my friend, I was at once struck with an incoherence, an inconsistency, and I soon found this to arise from a series of feeble and futile struggles to overcome an habitual trepidancy, an excessive nervous agitation. So for something of this nature, I had indeed been prepared, no less by his letter than by reminiscences of certain boyish traits, and by conclusions deduced from his peculiar physical conformation and temperament. His action was alternately vivacious and sullen. His voice varied rapidly from a tremulous indecision, when the animal spirits seemed utterly in abeyance, to that species of energetic concision, that abrupt, weighty, unhurried, and hollow-sounding enunciation that leaden, self-balanced, and perfectly... Goddamn!
Goes from our kitchen to their bowls. Merrick.
Fuck you, Merrick. how many ads does this fucking thing have? What's the point of having a long fire video if you're going to put like 1 billion ads on it? Sorry. Or the irreclaimable, that leaden, self-balanced, and perfectly modulated guttural utterance, which may be observed in the lost drunkard or the irreclaimable eater of opium, during the periods of his most intense excitement. It was thus that he spoke of the object of my visit, of his earnest desire to see me, and of the solace he expected me to afford him. He entered, at some length, into what conceived to be the nature of his malady. It was, he said, a constitutional and a family evil, and one for which he despaired to find a remedy. A mere nervous adaptation, he immediately added, which would undoubtedly soon pass off. It displayed itself in a host of unnatural sensations. Some of these, as he detailed them, interested and bewildered me. Although, perhaps, the terms and the general manner of their narration had their weight, he suffered much from a morbid acuteness of the senses. The most insipid food was alone endurable. He could wear only garments of certain texture. The odors of all flowers were oppressive, his eyes were tortured by even a faint light, and there were but peculiar sounds, and those from stringed instruments, which did not inspire with him horror. To an anomalous species of terror I found him a bounden slave. "I shall perish," said he. "I must perish in this deplorable folly. Thus and not otherwise shall I be lost. I dread the events of the future, not in themselves, but in their results. I shudder at the thought of any, even the most trivial incident, which may operate upon this intolerable agitation of soul. I have indeed no abhorrence of danger, except in its absolute effect in terror. Thus unnerved, in this pitiable condition, I feel that the period will sooner or later arrive when I must abandon life and reason together in some struggle with the grim phantasm, fear. I learned, moreover, at intervals and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. He was enchained by certain superstitious impressions in regard to the dwelling which he tenanted, and whence, for many years, he had never ventured forth, in regard to an influence whose supposititious force was conveyed in terms too shadowy here to be restated, an influence which some peculiarities in the mere form and substance of his family mansion had, by dint of long sufferance, he said, obtained over his spirit. An effect which the physique of the grey walls and turrets and the dim tarn into which they all looked down had at length brought about upon the moral of his existence. He admitted, however, without hesitation, that much of the peculiar gloom which thus afflicted him could be traced to a more natural and far more palpable origin, to the severe and long-continued illness, indeed to the evidently approaching dissolution, of a tenderly beloved sister. His sole companion for long years, his last and only relative on this earth. "Her deceives," he said with a bitterness which I can never forget, "would leave him the hopeless and frail, the last of the ancient race of the Ushers." While he spoke, the Lady Madeline, for so was she called, passed through a remote portion of the apartment, and, without having noticed my presence, disappeared. I regarded her with an utter astonishment, not unmingled with dread. Yet I found it impossible to account for such feelings. A sensation of stupor oppressed me as my eyes followed her retreating steps. When a door at length closed upon her, my glance sought instinctively and eagerly the countenance of the brother, but he had buried his face in his hands, and I could only perceive that a far more than ordinary wanness had overspread the emaciated fingers through which trickled many passionate tears. The decease of the Lady Madeline had long baffled the skill of her physicians. A settled apathy, a gradual wasting away of the person, and frequent, although transient, affections of a partially cataleptical character were the unusual diagnosis. Hitherto she had steadily borne up against the pressure of her malady, and had not betaken herself finally to bed. But on the closing in of the evening of my arrival at the house, she succumbed, as her brother told me at night with inexpressible agitation, to the prostrating power of the destroyer, and I learned that the glimpse I had obtained of her person would thus probably be the last I should obtain, that the lady, at least while living, would be seen by me no more. For several days ensuing, her name was unmentioned by either Usher or myself, and during the period I was busied in earnest endeavours to alleviate the melancholy of my friend. We painted and read together, or I listened as if in a dream to the wild improvisations of his speaking guitar. And thus, as a closer and still closer intimacy admitted me more unreservedly into the recesses of his spirit, the more bitterly did I perceive the futility of all attempt at cheering a mind from which darkness, as if an inherent positive quality, poured forth upon all objects of the moral and physical universe in one unceasing radiation of gloom. I shall ever bear about me a memory of the many solemn hours I spent thus alone with the master of the house of Usher. Yet I should fail in any attempt to convey an idea of the exact character of the studies, or of the occupation in which he involved me, or led me the way. An excited and highly distempered ideality threw a sulphureous luster over all. His long improvised dirges will ring forever in my ears. Among other things, I hold painfully in mind a certain singular perversion and amplification of the wild air of the last waltz of von Weber. From the paintings over which his elaborate fancy brooded, and which grew, touch by touch, into vagueness at which I shuddered the more thrillingly, because I shuddered knowing knowing not why, from these paintings, vivid as their images now are before me, I would in vain endeavour to adduce more than a small portion which should lie within the compass of merely written words. By the utter simplicity, by the nakedness of his designs, he arrested an overawed attention. If ever mortal painted an idea, that mortal was Roderick Usher. For me, at least, in the circumstances then surrounding me, there arose out of the pure abstractions which the hypochondriac contrived to throw upon his canvas an intensity of intolerable awe, no shadow of which felt I have ever yet in the contemplation of the certainly glowing yet too concrete reveries of Fuseli. One of the phantasmagoric conceptions of my friend, partaking not so rigidly of the spirit abstraction, may be shadowed forth, although feebly in words. A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and
tonight's dinner,
bastard
it's gonna be great.
Thing.
With
I'm
club.
gonna see if I can find another one that isn't going to inundate me with a billion advertisements.
Hellman's real mayonnaise.
You need to get that ad revenue somehow.
Oh, I'm not getting that revenue. I hope you all are enjoying this reading. I know that sometimes the language is a little dense, but I think that adds to the vibe.
I'll be honest, it's denser than I understand, but I think it sounds pretty.
Certain accessory points of this design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay... Oh, wait, no, that's not the right... A small picture presented the interior of an immensely long and rectangular vault or tunnel, with low walls, smooth, white, and without interruption or device. Certain accessory points of the design served well to convey the idea that this excavation lay at an exceedingly deep depth below the surface of the earth. Sorry, I'm trying to have a character voice that doesn't sound like mine. No outlet was observed in any portion of its vast extent, and no torch or other artificial source of light was discernible, yet a flood of intense rays rolled throughout, and bathed the whole in a ghastly and inappropriately splendor. I have just spoken of that morbid condition of the auditory nerve which rendered all music intolerable to the sufferer. With the exception of certain effects of stringed instruments, it was perhaps the narrow limit to which he thus confined himself upon the guitar which gave birth, in great measure, to the fantastic character of his performances. But the fervid facility of his impromptus could not be so accounted for. They must have been, and were in the notes, as well as in the words of his wild fantasias, for he was not infrequently accompanied himself with rhymed verbal improvisations, the result of the intense mental collectedness and concentration to which I have previously alluded as observable only in particular moments of the highest artificial excitement. The words of one of these rhapsodies I have easily remembered. I was, perhaps, the more forcibly impressed with it as he gave it, because in the under or mystic current of its meaning, I fancied that I perceived, and for the first time, a full consciousness on the part of Usher, of the tottering of his lofty reason upon her throne. The verses, which were entitled The Haunted Palace, ran very neatly, if not accurately, thus. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion, it stood there. Never seraph spread opinion over fabric half so far. Banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and glow. All this was in the olden time long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day along the ramparts, plumbed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley through 2 luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne, where sitting Porphyrogene, in state his glory well befitting, the rule of the realm was seen, and all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. That evil things in robes of sorrow assailed the monarch's high estate, and let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim, remembered story of the old time entombed. And traveller now within that valley, through the red-litten windows, see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while, like a rapid, ghastly river, through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh, but smile no more. I well remember that the suggestions arising from this ballad led us into a train of thought wherein there became manifest an opinion of Usher's, which I mention not so much on account of its novelty, for other men have thought thus, as on account of the pertinacity with which he maintained it. This opinion, in its general form, was that of the sentience of all vegetable things. But in his disordered fancy, the idea had assumed a more daring character and trespassed upon certain conditions, upon the kingdom of inorganization. I lack words to express the full extent or the earnest abandon of his persuasion. The belief, however, was connected, as I have previously hinted, with the grey stones of the home's forefathers. The conditions of the sentence had been here, he imagined, fulfilled in the method of collocation of these stones, in the order of their arrangement, as well as in that of the many fungi which overspread them, and of the decayed trees which stood around, above all, in the long undisturbed endurance of this arrangement, and in its reduplication in the still waters of the tarn. Its evidence, the evidence of the sentience, was to be seen, he said, and I here start as he spoke, in the gradual yet certain condensation of an atmosphere of their own about the waters and the walls. The result was discoverable, he added, in that silent yet importunate, and terrible influence which for centuries had molded the destinies of his family, and which made him what I now saw him, what he was. Such opinions need no comment, and I will make none. Our books, the books which for years had formed no small portion of the mental existence of the invalid, were, as might be supposed, in strict keeping with his character of phantasm. We pored together over such works as the Veuve et Chartreuse of Grisset, the Belphegor of Machiavelli, the Heaven and Hell of Swedenborg, the Subterranean Voyage of Nicholas Klim of Holberg, the Chiromancy of Robert Flood, of Jean d'Agine, and of Delechambre, the Journey into the Blue Distance of Tieck, and the City of the Sun of Campanella. One favorite volume was a small octavo edition of the Directorium Inquisitorium by the Dominican Aymeric de Giron, and there were passages in Pomponius Mela about the old African satyrs and Egyptians, over which Usher would sit dreaming for hours. His chief delight, however, was found in the perusal of an exceedingly rare and curious book in quarto Gothic, the Manual of a Forgotten Church, the Vigile Mortuarum Secundum Coram Ecclesio Magentuno. I could not help thinking of the wild ritual of this work, and of its probable influence upon the hypochondriac, when, one evening, having informed me abruptly that the Lady Madeline was no more, he stated his intention of preserving her corpse for a fortnight, previously to its final interment, in one of the numerous vaults within the main walls of the building. The worldly reason, however, assigned for this singular proceeding was one which I did not feel at liberty to dispute. The brother had been led to his resolution, so he told me, by consideration of the unusual character of the malady of the deceased, of certain obtrusive and eager inquiries on the part of her medical men, and of the remote and exposed situation of the burial ground of the family. I will not deny that when I called to mind the sinister countenance of the person whom I met upon the staircase, on the day of my arrival at the house, I had no desire to oppose what I regarded at best but a harmless and by no means unnatural precaution. At the request of Usher, I personally aided him in the arrangements for the temporary entombment. The body having been encoffined, we two alone bore to its rest. The vault in which we placed it, and which had been so long unopened that our torches half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere gave us little opportunity for investigation, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission for light, lying at great depth immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. It had been used, apparently, in remote feudal times for the first purposes of a donjon keep, and in later days as a place of deposit for powder or some other highly combustible substance, as a portion of its floor and the whole interior of a long archway through which we reached it were carefully sheathed with copper. The door of massive iron had been also similarly protected. Its immense weight caused an unusually sharp, grating sound as it moved upon its hinges. Having deposited our mournful burden upon trestles within this region of horror, we partially turned aside the yet unscrewed lid of the coffin, and looked upon the face of the tenant. A striking similitude between the brother and the sister now first arrested my attention, and Usher, divining, perhaps, my thoughts, murmured out some few words from which I learned that the deceased and himself had been twins, and that sympathies of a scarcely intelligible nature had always existed between them. Our glances, however, rested not long upon the dead, for we could not regard her unawed. The disease which had thus entombed the lady in the maturity of youth had left, as usual in all maladies of a strictly cataleptical character, the mockery of a faint blush upon the bosom and the face, and that suspiciously lingering smile upon the lip, which is so terrible in death. We replaced and screwed down the lid, and, having secured the door of iron, made our way, with toil, into the scarcely less gloomy apartments of the upper portion of the house. And now, some days of bitter grief having elapsed, an observable change came over the features of the mental disorder of my friend. His ordinary manner had vanished. His ordinary occupations were neglected or forgotten. He roamed from chamber to chamber with hurried, unequal, and objectless step. The pallor of his countenance had assumed, if possible, a more ghastly hue, but the luminousness of his eye had utterly gone out. The once occasional huskiness of his tone was heard no more, and a tremulous quaver, as if of extreme terror, habitually characterized his utterance. There were times, indeed, when I thought his unceasingly agitated mind was laboring with some oppressive secret, to divulge which he struggled for the necessary courage. At times, again, I was obliged to resolve all into the mere inexplicable vagaries of madness, for I beheld him gazing upon vacancy for long hours, and in an attitude of the profoundest attention, as if listening to some imaginary sound. It was no wonder this condition terrified, that it infected me. I felt creeping upon me by slow yet certain degrees the wild influences of his own fantastic yet impressive superstitions. It was especially upon retiring to bed in the late of the night of the 7th or 8th day after the placing of the Lady Madeline within the donjon that I experienced the full power of such feelings. Sleep came not near my couch. While the hours waned and waned away, I struggled to reason of the nervousness which had dominion over me. I endeavored to believe that much, if not all, of what I felt was due to the bewildering influence of the gloomy furniture of the room, of the dark and tattered tapestries, which, tortured into motion by the breath of a rising tempest, swayed fitfully to and fro upon the walls, and rustled uneasily upon the decorations of the bed. But my efforts were fruitless. An impressible tremor gradually pervaded my frame, and at length there sat upon my very heart an incubus of utterly causeless alarm. Shaking this off with a gasp and a struggle, I uplifted myself upon the pillows, and, peering earnestly within the intense darkness of the chamber, hearkened, I know not why, except that an instinctive spirit prompted me to certain low and indefinite sounds which came through the pauses of the storm at long intervals. I knew not whence. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, unaccountable yet unendurable, I threw on my clothes with haste, for I felt that I should sleep no more during the night, and endeavored to arouse myself from the pitiable condition in which I had fallen, by pacing rapidly to and fro through the apartment. I had taken but few turns in this manner, when a light step on an adjoining staircase arrested my attention. I presently recognized it as that of Usher. In an instant afterward he rapped, with a gentle touch, at my door, and entered, bearing a lamp. His countenance was, as usual, cadaverously wan, but, moreover, there was a species of mad hilarity in his eyes, and evidently restrained hysteria in his whole demeanour. His air appalled me. But anything was preferable to the solitude which I had so long endured, and even I welcomed his presence as a relief. And you have not seen it? He said abruptly, after having stared about him for some moments in silence. You have not even seen it, but stay, you shall. Thus speaking, and having carefully shaded his lamp, he hurried to one of the casements and threw it freely open to the storm. The impetuous fury of the entering gust nearly lifted us from our feet. It was indeed a tempestuous, yet sternly beautiful night, and one wildly singular in its terror and its beauty. A whirlwind had apparently collected its force in our vicinity, for there were frequent and violent alterations in the direction of the wind, and the exceeding density of the clouds, which hung so low as to press upon the turrets of the house, did not prevent our perceiving the lifelike velocity with which they flew, careening from all points against each other. Without passing away into the distance, I say that even their exceeding density did not prevent our perceiving this, yet we had no glimpse of the moon or stars, nor was there any flashing forth of the lightning. But the undersurfaces of the huge masses of agitated vapor, as well as all terrestrial objects immediately around us, were glowing in the unnatural light of a faintly luminous and distinctly visible gaseous exhalation which hung about and enshrouded the mountain. You must not! You shall not behold this, said I, shuddering to Usher, as I led him with a gentle violence from the window to a seat. These appearances which bewilder you are merely electrical phenomena, not uncommon, or it may be that they have their ghastly origin in the rank miasma of the tarn. Let us close this casement. The air is chilling and dangerous to your frame. Here is one of your favorite romances. I will read, and you shall listen, and so we will pass away this terrible night together. The antique volume which I had taken up was The Mad Tryst of Sir Lancelot Canning, but I had called it a favourite of Usher's more in sad jest than in earnest, for in truth there is little in its uncouth and unimaginative prolixity which couldn't have had interest for the lofty and spiritual ideality of my friend. It was, however, the only book immediately at hand, and I indulged a vague hope that the excitement which now agitated the hypochondriac might find relief, for the history of mental disorders, full of similar anomalies, even to the extremeness of the folly which I should read. Could I have judged, indeed, by the wild, overstrained air of vivacity with which he hearkened, or apparently hearkened, to the words of the tale, I might well have congratulated myself upon the success of my design. I had arrived at that well-known portion of the story where Ethelred, the hero of the tryst, having sought in vain for peaceable admission into the dwelling of the hermit, proceeds to make a good an entrance by force. Here, it will be remembered, the words of the narrative ran thus. And Ethelred, who was by nature of a doughty heart, and who was now mighty withal, an account of the powerfulness of the wine which he had drunken, waited no longer to hold parley with the hermit, who, in sooth, was of obstinate and blissful turn, but, feeling the rain upon his shoulders, and fearing the rise of the tempest, uplifted his mace outright, and with blows made quickly room in the plankings of the door for his gauntleted hand, and now, pulling therewith sturdily, he so cracked and ripped and tore all asunder that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarmed and reverberated throughout the forest. At the termination of the sentence, I started, and for a moment paused, for it appeared to me, although I at once concluded that my excited fancy had deceived me, it appeared to me that from some very remote portion of the mansion there came distinctly to my ears what might have been an exact similarity of character. The echo, but a stifled and dull one, certainly, of the very cracking and ripping sound which Sir Lancelot had so particularly described. It was, beyond doubt, the coincidence alone which had arrested my attention, for, amid the rattling of the sashes of the casements, and the ordinary commingled noises of the still increasing storm, the sound, in itself, had nothing, surely, which should have interested or disturbed me, but I continued the story. But the good championed Ethelred, now entering within the door, was sore enraged and amazed to perceive no single of the blissful hermit, but instead thereof of a dragon, of scaly and prodigious demeanour, and of a fiery tongue, which sate in guard upon a palace of gold, with a floor of silver, and upon the wall there hung... And upon the wall there hung a shield of shining brass with this legend enwritten, Who entereth herein, a conqueror hath been, who slayeth the dragon, the shield he shall win. And Ethelred uplifted his mace, and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him, and gave up his pesky breath, with a shriek so horrid and harsh, and withal so piercing, that Ethelred had failed had feigned to close his ears with his hands against the dreadful noise of it, the like whereof was never before heard. Here again I paused abruptly, and now with a feeling of wild amazement, for there could be no doubt whatever that, in this instant, I did actually hear, although from what direction it proceeded I found it impossible to say, a low and apparently distinct, but harsh, protracted, and most unusual screaming or grating sound, the exact counterpart of what my fancy had already conjured up for the dragon's unnatural shriek as described by the romancer. Oppressed, as I certainly was, upon the occurrence of the second and most extraordinary coincidence, by 1,000 conflicting sensations in which wonder and extreme terror were predominant, I still retained sufficient presence of mind to avoid exciting by any observation the sensitive nervousness of my companion. I was by no means certain that he had noticed the sound in question, although assuredly a strange alteration had during the last few minutes taken place in his demeanour. From a position fronting my own, he had gradually brought round his chair so as to sit with his face to the door of the chamber, and thus I could but partially perceive his features, although I saw that his lips trembled as if he were murmuring inaudibly. His head had dropped upon his breast, yet I know that he was not asleep, from the wide and rigid opening of the eye as I caught a glance of it in profile. The motion of his body, too, was at variance with this idea, for he rocked from side to side with a gentle yet constant and uniform sway. Having rapidly taken notice of all this, I resumed the narrative of Sir Launcelot, which thus proceeded: "And now the champion, having escaped from the terrible fury of the dragon, bethinking himself of the brazen shield and of the breaking of the enchantment which was upon it, removed the carcass from out of the way before him, and approached valorously over the silver placement of the castle to where the shield was upon the wall, which in sooth tarried not for his full coming, but fell down at his feet upon the silver floor with a mighty great and terrible ringing sound. No sooner had these syllables passed my lips than, as if a shield of brass had indeed at that moment fallen heavily upon a floor of silver, I became aware of a distinct, hollow, metallic, and clangorous, yet apparently muffled reverberation. Completely unnerved, I leapt to my feet, but the measuring, rocking movement of Usher was undisturbed. I rushed to the chair in which he sat. His eyes were bent fixedly before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. But as I placed my hand upon his shoulder, there came a strong shudder of his whole person, a sickly smile quivered upon his lips, and I saw that he spoke in a low, hurried, and gibbering murmur, as if unconscious of my presence. Bending closely over him, I at length drank in the hideous import of his words. "Not hear it? Yes, I hear it, and I've heard it. Long, many times, many hours, many days have I heard it, yet I dared not. Oh, pity me, miserable wretch that I am. I dared not speak. We have put her living in the tomb. Said I not that my senses were acute? I now tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in the hollow coffin. I heard them many days ago. Yet I dared not speak. And now, tonight, Ethelred, the breaking of the hermit's door, and the death cry of the dragon, and the clangor of the shield, say rather the rending of her coffin, and the grating of the iron hinges of her prison, and her struggles within the coppered archway of the vault. Oh! Whither shall I fly? Will she not hear anon? Is she not hurrying to upbraid me for my haste? Have I not heard her footstep on the stair? Do I not distinguish the heavy, horrible beating of her heart? Madman!" Here he sprang furiously to his feet and shrieked out his syllables as if in the effort he were giving up his soul. "Madman, I tell you that she now stands without the door." As if in the superhuman energy of his utterance, there had been found the potency of a spell. The huge antique panels to which the speaker pointed drew slowly back upon the instant their ponderous and ebony jaws. It was the work of the rushing gust. But then without those doors there still did stand the lofty and enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline of Usher. There was blood upon her white robes, and the evidence of some bitter struggle upon every portion of her emaciated frame. For a moment she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, then, with a low moaning cry, fell heavily inward upon the person of her brother, and, in her violent and now final death agonies, bore him to the floor a corpse, and a victim of the terrors he had anticipated. From that chamber and from that mansion I fled aghast. The storm was still abroad in all its wrath. I found myself crossing the old causeway. Suddenly there shot along the path a wild light, and I turned to see whence a gleam so unusual could have issued, for the vast house and its shadows were alone behind me. The radiance was that of the full setting and blood-red moon, which now which now shone vividly through that once barely discernible fissure, of which I had been before spoken, as extending from the roof of the building in a zigzag direction to the base. While I gazed, this fissure rapidly widened. There came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the satellite bursted at once upon my sight. My brain reeled as I saw the mighty walls rushing asunder. There was a long, tumultuous, shouting sound like the voice of 1,000 waters. The deep and dank tarn at my feet closed suddenly and silently over the fragments of the House of Usher. And that is the fall of the House of Usher. I hope that was interesting.
It was very poetic.
Poe has a very specific style that I quite enjoy. Chat, what did you think? It's always weird trying to choose a voice for a character, especially when the character's the narrator.
Absolutely.
Especially when that voice is very not like mine.
Yeah.
So I want to try to get through the entire book before Usher releases, which is on the 12th. With 26 pages in of 300. Let's see. It is currently the 2nd, right? It's the 3rd. As of 19 minutes ago, it is the 3rd. But I'll do a stream tomorrow, probably. Okay. So I have what? Calculator. 11... About 9 days to get through the rest of the book. So I just want to make sure I read enough per day, that it's not too much all at once. Do I want to read Never Bet the Devil Your Head? It's another 10 pages. That's the first story was about 25 pages long. Chat, yay or nay? Little bit more. What are we feeling? Up to you. But yeah, I find the Edgar Allan Poe's writing is very interesting, and while he isn't necessarily presenting madness in an accurate frame, compared to his contemporaries, there's a lot of empathy and sympathy for the characters that are dealing with this, and often I find anyway, this is particularly prevalent in The Raven, for example. There's almost a the horrible realities with which they deal with are almost worse than any sort of mental affliction. And, he's just an interesting writer because he clearly struggled greatly with mental illness throughout his life. And so it's writing it from an internal perspective. I've got one yes, one nay. How are we feeling, whoever is currently fronting for the garden system?
I mean, if you do read more, it might be a good idea for me to tap out, because there isn't any much I can contribute to the stream while you're reading a book.
It's just nice for me to have your presence, though. Any thoughts on the story?
I mean, I kind of switched them halfway through. And I've also been very concernedly looking after Princess, so I kind of only captured like a quarter of it.
Fair.
It's also like my main language is not English, so I...
Yeah, and they are dense writing. I'm going to have to try to resist... LK was like, no, you shouldn't resist this, you should just do it. Writing in a very Poe-esque manner when I write my essay.
Yes.
Because
one thing I will say is I can read this kind of dense language.
Yeah.
but narration it's too quick.
Fair.
So that's also, if you write your video essay that way, it will be hard for a multinational audience sometimes to follow it.
Yeah, and that's my one concern. I might just be like throwing up definitions at the side of the screen for like. It might be a chance for me to stretch my loquaciousness, you know.
I mean, one thing I would honestly suggest is if there are captions available, or if you have like a transcript of the script available.
I always do captions, so.
And I can just put it on half speed. Because it's not so much the difficult words, it's how close they're packed together.
Yeah, and the problem is that Poe is wont to include excessive, garrulous adjective usage.
Like I love the Raven. There's a time when I used to be able to quote it from memory, but like, you know, that's still like a relatively reasonable length poem compared to like a faux story.
Yeah, no, this is a shorter story that we're gonna read next. So the reason we're doing this, if you didn't know, chat, Mike Flanagan is doing an adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's writing. It's releasing on the 12th. I want to read all of the relevant texts, which are in this book, before then. And I thought it would be fun if I read it to all of you. So yeah, I'm seeing a few yays, one nay, but I'll leave the VOD up, so if anyone wants to come back and watch it after the fact, you are welcome to. Yeah, but I think I'm going to read Never Bet the Devil Your Head, which is one I haven't actually read. Fall of the House of Usher is one of my favorites. I really enjoy that one. There's just something about the atmosphere of it. It's so very... And as you put it, Neon Lights, he gets it, to be honest. Like, yeah, and same with Soft Truth, it's because he's mad too. Like, I think there's just a big difference between someone who deals with mental illness writing horror about that, versus that sort of outside in, oh, how scary the mental ill is. Like, notice that the source of terror here is not Roderick Usher, but rather the wasting halls of the Usher Manor, you know, and the effect they seem to have on its occupants. So it's an interesting thing.
Could you imagine if hallucinations were real all over again?
It's not really that, though. Like...
No, sorry, I mean like the thing you're mentioning, like that's what other people do and Poe's doing different.
Oh, yeah, Poe's doing different, but yeah, people do that. And Poe's just like, hey, you want to hear what it's like to deal with mental illness? Oh boy,
yes.
I'm going to tell you. and I enjoy it. It appeals to me, especially at a time that I did not understand what was going on with my stuff. I found it a comforting sort of space. Yeah. Sont tels que la costumbre d'un auteur, says Don Thomas de la Torres in the preface to his amatory poems. Ah, that's why that is not French. It looks French, but it's not French. Sean puras y castas importo mi poco conexión igualmente severas sus obras. I don't know what that means, but meaning in plain English that provided the morals of the author are pure, personally it signifies nothing what are the morals of his books. We presume that Don Thomas is now in purgatory for the assertion. It would be a clever thing, too, in the way of poetical justice, to keep him there until his amatory poems get out of print, or are laid definitely upon the shelf through lack of readers. Every fiction should have a moral. And what is more to the purpose, the critics have discovered that every fiction has. Philip Melanchthon, some time ago, wrote a commentary upon the Batrachomyomachia, and proved that the poet's object was to excite a distaste for sedition. Pierre Lucien, going a step further, shows that the intention was to recommend to young men temperance in eating and drinking. Just so, too, Jacobus Hugo has satisfied himself that by ennui Homer meant to insinuate John Calvin, by Antinous, Martin Luther, by the Lotophagi, Protestant in general, and by the Harpies, the Dutch. Our more modern scholiasts are equally acute. These fellows demonstrate a hidden meaning in the Antediluvians, a parable in Powhatan, New Views, in Clock Robin, and Transcendentalism in Hop o' My Thumb. In short, it has been shown that no man can sit down to write without a very profound design. Thus, to authors in general, much trouble is spared. A novelist, for example, need have no care of his moral. It is there, that is to say, it is somewhere, and the moral critics can take care of themselves. When the proper time arrives, all that the gentleman intended, and all that he did not intend, will be brought to light in the Dial or the Down Easter, together with all that he ought to have intended, and the rest that he clearly meant to intend, so that it will all come very straight in the end. There is no just ground, therefore, for the charge brought against me by certain ignoramuses that I have never written a moral tale, or, in more precise words, a tale with a moral. They are not the critics predestined to bring me out and develop my morals. That is the secret. By and by, the North American quarterly humdrum will make them ashamed of their stupidity. In the meantime, by way of staying execution, by way of mitigating the accusations against me, I offer the sad history appended. A history about whose obvious moral there can be no question whatever, since he who runs may read it in the large capitals which form the title of the tale. I should have credit for this arrangement, a far wiser one than that of La Fontaine and others, who reserve the impression to be conveyed until the last moment, and thus sneak it in at the fag end of their fables. Reminder that had a different meaning at the time. Poe just had such just scathing contempt for bad media criticism. And it's very enjoyable to me.
He's just like me for real.
Yeah. Defuncti injuria ni afficiantur was a law of the 12 Tables, and de mortis nil nisi bonum is an excellent injunction, even if the dead in question be nothing but dead small beer. It is not my design, therefore, to vituperate my deceased friend, Toby Dammit. He was a sad dog, it is true, and dog's death it was that he died, but he himself was not to blame for his vices. They grew out of a personal defect in his mother. She did her best in the ways of flogging him while an infant. For duties to her well-regulated mind were always pleasures, and babies, like tough steaks or the modern Greek olive trees, are invariably the better for beating. But, poor woman, she had the misfortune to be left-handed, and a child flogged left-handedly had better be left unflogged. The world revolves from right to left. It will not do to whip a baby from left to right. If each blow in the proper direction drives an evil propensity out, it follows that every thump in the opposite one knocks its quota of wickedness in. I was often present at Toby's chastisements, and even by the way in which he kicked, I could perceive that he was getting worse and worse every day. At least I saw, through the tears in my eyes, that there was no hope of the villain at all, and one day, when he had been cuffed until he grew so black in the face that one might have been— Ooh, that's a rough line. I'm not reading that. It is very dated. You can guess. And no effect had been produced beyond that, of making him wriggle himself into a fit. I could stand it no longer, but went down upon my knees forthwith, and uplifting my voice, made prophecy of his ruin. The fact is that his precocity in vice was awful. At 5 months of age, he used to get into such passions that he was unable to articulate. At 6 months, I caught him gnawing a pack of cards. At 7 months, he was in the constant habit of catching and kissing the female babies. At 8 months, he, peremptorily, refused to put his signature to the temperance pledge. Thus he went in increasing in inequity, month after month, until at the close of his first year, he was not only insisted upon wearing mustaches, but he had contracted a propensity for cursing and swearing, and for backing his assertions by bets. Poe really said, "I hate your moral writings. I am going to mock them ruthlessly." Through this latter, more ungentlemanly practice, the ruin which I had predicted Toby Dammit overtook him at last. The fashion had grown with his growth and strengthened within his strength, so that when he came to be a man, he could scarcely utter a sentence without interlading it with a proposition to gamble. Not that he actually laid wagers, no. Okay, actually, before we continue, I need to add some context that people don't know. Again, don't take this literally. The story should not be read literally. Poe was often heavily critiqued for both his love of alcohol and gambling. And he was charged in absentia in Britain for, I believe, indecency. Not a joke. He was regarded quite poorly by a lot of his peers for being too vulgar, basically. And this story is sort of mocking them for saying that. Not that he actually laid wagers, no. I will do my friend the justice to say that he would as soon as have laid eggs. With him the thing was a mere formula, nothing more. His expressions on his head had no meaning attached to them whatsoever. They were simple, if not altogether innocent, expletives, imaginative phrases wherewith to round off a sentence. When he said, "I'll bet you so and so," nobody ever thought of taking him up, but still I could not help thinking it was duty to put him down. The habit was an immoral one, and so I told him. It was a vulgar one. This I begged him to believe. It was discountenanced by society. Here I said nothing but the truth. It was forbidden by acts of Congress. Here I had not the slightest intention of telling a lie. I remonstrated, but to no purpose. I demonstrated in vain. I entreated, he smiled. I implored, he laughed. I preached, he sneered. I threatened, he swore. I kicked him, he called for the police. I pulled his nose, he blew it, and offered to bet the devil his head that I would not venture to try that experiment again. Poverty was another vice which the peculiar physical deficiency of Dammit's mother had entailed upon her son. He was detestably poor, and this was the reason, no doubt. For context, Poe was also incredibly poor for much of his life. This was the reason, no doubt, that his expletive expressions about betting seldom took a pecuniary turn. I will not be bound to say that I have heard him making use of a figure of speech as, "I'll bet you $1." It was usually, "I'll bet you what you please," or "I'll bet you what you dare," or "I'll bet you a trifle," or else, more significantly still, "I'll bet the devil my head." This latter form seemed to please him best, perhaps because it involved the least risk, for Dammit had become excessively parsimonious. Had anyone taken him up? His head was small, and thus his loss would have been small too, but these are my own reflections, and I am by no means sure that I am right in attributing them to him. At all events, the phrase in question grew daily in favor, notwithstanding the gross impropriety of a man betting his brains like banknotes. But this was a point which my friend's perversity of disposition would not permit him to comprehend. In the end, he abandoned all other forms of wager, and gave himself up to, "I'll bet the devil my head," with pertinacity and exclusiveness of devotion that displeased not less than it surprised me. I am always displeased by circumstances for which I cannot account. Mysteries force a man to think, and so injure his health. The truth is, there was something in the air with which Mr. Dammit was wont to give utterance to his offensive expressions, something in his manner of enunciation, which at first interested and afterward made me very uneasy. Something which, for want of a more definite term at present, I must be permitted to call queer, but which Mr. Coleridge would have been called mystical. Reminder, queer had a different meaning at the time. Mr. Kant pantheistical, Mr. Carlyle twistical, Mr. Emerson hyperquisitistical. I began not to like it at all. Mr. Dammit's soul was in a perilous state. I resolved to bring all my eloquence into play to save it. I vowed to serve him as St. Patrick in the Irish Chronicle is said to have served the toad. That is to say, awaken him to a sense of his situation. I addressed myself to the task forthwith. Once more I betook myself to remonstrance. Again I collected any energies for a final attempt at expostulation. When I had made an end of my lecture, Mr. Dammit indulged himself in some very equivocal behavior. For some moments he remained silent, merely looking me inquisitively in the face. But presently he threw his head to one side, and elevated his eyebrows to a greater extent. Then he spread out the palms of his hand, and shrugged up his shoulders. Then he winked with his right eye, when he repeated the operation with the left. Then he shut them both up very tight. Then he opened them both so very wide that I became seriously alarmed for the consequences. Then, applying his thumb to his nose, he thought proper to make an indescribable movement with the rest of his fingers. Finally, setting his arms akimbo, he condescended to reply. I can call to mind only the head of his discourse. He would be obliged to me if I would hold my tongue. He wished none of my advice. He despised all my insinuations. He was old enough to take care of himself, damn it! Did I still think him baby, damn it? Did I mean to say anything against his character? Did I intend to insult him? Was I a fool? Was my maternal parent aware, in a word, of my absence from the domiciliary residence? He would put this latter question to me as to a man of veracity, and he would bind himself to abide by my reply. Once more he would demand explicitly. My mother knew that I was out. My confusion, he said, betrayed me, and he would be willing to bet the devil his head that she did not. Mr. Dammit did not pause for my rejoinder. Turning upon his heel, he left my presence with undignified precipitation. It was well for him that he did so. My feelings had been wounded. Even my anger had been aroused. For once I would have taken him up upon his insulting wager. I would have won for the arch-enemy Mr. Dammit's little head. For the fact is, my mamma was very well of my merely temporary absence from home. But coda cepha mid ahead, heaven gives relief. As the Muslims say when you tread upon their toes, it was in pursuance of my duty that I had been insulted, and I bore the insult like a man. It now seemed to me, however, that I had done all that could be required of me in the case of this miserable individual, and I resolved to trouble him no longer with my counsel, but to leave him to his conscience and himself. But, although I forbore to intrude with my advice, I could not bring myself to give up his society altogether. I even went so far as to humor some of his less reprehensible propensities, and there were times when I found myself lauding his wicked jokes. As epicures to mustard, with tears in my eyes, so profoundly did it grieve me to hear his evil talk. One fine day, having strolled out together, arm in arm, our route led us in the direction of a river. There was a bridge, and we resolved to cross it. It was roofed over by way of protection from the weather, and the archway, having but few windows, was thus very uncomfortably dark. As we entered the passage, the contrast between the external glare and the interior gloom struck heavily upon my spirits, not so upon those of the unhappy Dammit, who offered to bet the devil his head that I was hipped. He seemed to be in an unusual good humor. He was excessively lively, so much so that I entertained I know not what of an easy suspicion. It is not impossible that he was affected with the transcendentals. I am not well enough versed, however, in the diagnosis of this disease to speak with decision upon this point, and unhappily there were none of my friends of the dial present. I suggested the idea, nevertheless, because of a certain species of austere merry-andrewism, which seemed to beset my poor friend, and caused him to make quite a tomfool of himself. Nothing would serve him but wriggling and skipping under and over everything that came in his way. Now shouting out, and now lisping out, all manner of odd little and big words, yet preserving the gravest face in the world all the time. I really could not make up my mind whether to kick him or to pity him. At length, having passed nearly across the bridge, we approached the termination of the footway, when our progress was impeded by a turnstile of some height. Through this I made my way quietly, pushing it around as usual, but this turn would not serve the turn of Mr. Dammit. He insisted upon leaping the stile, and said he could cut a pigeon wing over it in the air. Now this, conscientiously speaking, I did not think he could do. The best pigeon winger over all kinds of style was my friend Mr. Carlyle, and I knew he could not do it. I would not believe that it could be done by Toby Dammit. I therefore told him, in so many words, that he was a braggadocio. I could not do what he said. For this I had reason to be sorry afterward, for he straightway offered to bet the devil his head that he could. I was about to reply, notwithstanding my previous resolution, with some remonstrance against his impiety, when I heard, close at my elbow, a slight cough, which sounded very much like the ejaculation, "Ahem." I started and looked about me in surprise. My glance at length fell into a nook of the framework of the bridge, and upon the figure of little lame old gentleman of venerable aspect. Nothing could be more of reverend than his whole appearance, for he had not only a full suit of black, but his shirt was perfectly clean, and the collar turned very neatly down over a white cravat, while his hair was parted in front like a girl's. His hands were clasped pensively together upon his stomach, and his two eyes were carefully rolled up into the top of his head. Upon observing him more closely, I perceived that he wore a black silk apron over his small clothes, and this was a thing which I thought was very odd. Before I had time to make any remark, however, upon so singular a circumstance, he interrupted me with a second ahem. This observation I was not immediately prepared to reply. The fact is, remarks of this laconic nature are nearly unanswerable. I have known a quarterly review nonplussed by the word fudge. I am not ashamed to say, therefore, that I turned to Mr. Dammit for assistance. Damn it, said I. What are you about? Don't you hear? The gentleman says, I looked sternly at my friend while I thus addressed him. For to say the truth, I felt particularly puzzled, and when a man is particularly puzzled, he must knit his brow and look savage, or else he is pretty sure to look like a fool. Damn it, observed I, although this sounded very much like an oath, than which nothing was further from my thoughts. Damn it, I suggested. The gentleman says, ahem. I do not attempt to defend my remark on the score of profundity. I did not think it profound myself. But I have noticed that the effect of our speeches is not always proportionate with their importance in our own eyes, and if I had shot Mr. D through and through with a Pisans bomb, or knocked him over the head with the poets and poetry of America, he could hardly have been discomfited that when I addressed him with these simple words, Damn it, what are you about? Don't you hear? The gentleman says, ahem. You don't say. Grasped he at length, after turning more colours than a pirate runs up the other when chased by a man of war. Are you quite sure that he said that? Well, at all events, I am in it for now, and may as well put a bold face upon the matter. Here goes, then, ahem. At this the little old gentleman seemed pleased, God only knows why. He left his station at the nook of the bridge, limped forward with a gracious air, took Dammit by the hand, and shook it cordially, looking all the while straight up in his face with an air of the most unadulterated benignity, which it is possible for the mind of a man to imagine.
I'm quite sure you'll win it, damn it,
said he with the frankest of all smiles.
But we're obliged to have a trial, you know, for the sake of mere form.
Ahem, replied my friend, taking off his coat with a deep sigh, tying a pocket handkerchief around his waist, and producing an unaccountable alteration in his countenance by twisting up his eyes and bringing down the corners of his mouth. Ahem, and ahem, said he again after a pause, and not another word more than ahem did I ever know him to say after that. Aha, thought I, without expressing myself aloud. This is quite a remarkable silence on the part of Toby Dammit, and is no doubt a consequence of his verbosity upon a previous occasion. One extreme induces another. I wonder if he has forgotten the many unanswerable questions which he propounded to me so fluently on the day when I gave him my last lecture. At all events, he is cured of the transcendentals. Ahem, here replied Toby, just as if he had been reading my thoughts, and looking like a very old sheep in reverie. The old gentleman now took him by the arm, and led him more into the shade of the bridge, a few paces back from the turnstile.
My good fellow,
said he,
I make it a point of conscience to allow you this much run. Wait here till I take my place by the stile, so that I may see whether you go over it handsomely and transcendentally. And don't omit any flourishes of the pigeon wing, a mere form, you know. I will say 1, 2, 3, and away. Mind you started the word away.
Here he took his position by the stile, paused a moment as if in profound reflection, then looked up and, I thought, smiled very slightly, then tightened the strings of his apron, then took a long look at Dammit, and finally gave the words as agreed upon.
1, 2, 3, and away.
Punctually at the word away, my poor friend set off in a strong gallop. The stile was not very high, like Mr. Lord's, not yet very low, like that of Mr. Lord's reviewers, but upon the whole I made sure that he would clear it. And then, what if he did not? That was the question. What if he did not? What right, said I, had the old gentleman to make any other gentleman jump? Little old Dot and Carry One, who is he? If he asks me to jump, I won't do it. That's flat. I don't care who the devil he is. The bridge, as I say, was arched and covered in a very ridiculous manner. And there was a most uncomfortable echo about it at all times. An echo which never before so particularly observed as when I uttered the 4 last words of my remark. But what I said, or what I thought, or what I heard, occupied only an instant. In less than 5 seconds from his starting, my poor Toby had taken the leap. I saw him run nimbly, and spring grandly from the floor of the bridge, cutting the most awful flourishes with his legs as he went up. I saw him high in the air, pigeon-winging it to admiration just over the top of the stile, and of course I thought it an unusually singular thing that he did not continue to go over. But the whole leap was the affair of a moment, and before I had a chance to make any profound reflections, down came Mr. Dammit on the flat of his back, on the same side of the stile from which he had started. The same instant I saw the old gentleman limping off the top of his speed, having caught and wrapped up his apron, something that fell heavily into it from the darkness of the arch just over the turnstile. At all this I was much astonished. But I had no leisure to think, for Mr. Dammit lay particularly still, and I concluded that his feelings had been hurt and that he stood in need of my assistance. I hurried up to him and found that he had received what might be termed a serious injury. The truth is, he had been deprived of his head, which, after a close search, I could not find anywhere, so I determined to take him home and send for the homeopathists. In the meantime, a thought struck me, and I threw open an adjacent window to the bridge, when the sad truth flashed upon me at once. About 5 feet, just above the top of the turnstile, and crossing the arch of the footpath so as to constitute a brace, there extended a flat iron bar, lying with its breadth horizontally and forming one of a series that served to strengthen the structure throughout its extent. With the edge of the brace, it appeared evident that the neck of my unfortunate friend had come precisely in contact. He did not long survive this terrible loss. The homeopathists did not give him little enough physic, and what little they did give him, he hesitated to take. So in the end he grew worse, and at length died, a lesson to all riotous livers. I bedewed his grave with my tears, worked a bar sinister on his family escutcheon, and for the general expenses of his funeral sent in my very moderate bill to the transcendentalists. The scoundrels refused to pay, so I had Mr. Dammit dug up at once and sold him for a dog's meat. There's such a wry and specific humor to Poe's writing. And this just the pure, fuck you, reviewer, that he's giving throughout that story is so funny. So that was about a third of the book. It's worth of stuff. So we'll continue tomorrow with Landor's Cottage and probably the Spectacles. In a couple of days, we'll do The Murder in the Rue Morgue, which is basically the inspiration for Sherlock Holmes and the first, detective novel. So, yeah, Edgar Allan Poe basically invented the detective story. Fun fact. But yeah, I hope this stream was enjoyable to everybody. I hope you've all had a lovely evening. I hope whoever is currently fronting the garden system had a nice time listening.
Absolutely. It was very beautiful prose.
It's such good prose. It's such beautiful prose. And yeah, I will chat with you all tomorrow. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna try to get a little bit of work done tomorrow, and I'm gonna go to my class, and then hopefully we'll stream probably some drawing, or maybe just a little bit of Deadspace and Edgar Allan Poe. I don't know. But this kind of the vibe for the month is kind of my goal. Let's say, Coach Mova, how are you doing? Yeah, so I'm going to see if any of my mutuals happen to be live on Twitch at the moment. And I will raid into them if they are. I don't recognize anyone. Is Triss currently friending?
Yes.
Hey, Triss. Do you know anybody on Twitch right now that's live?
Nobody that I trust enough.
Yeah, that's the thing is, it's I like to raid out. I prefer to raid out, but I only want to do so when I know the content. You know, I know who I'm raiding into. And unfortunately, I tend to end streams at ungodly hours for most people. So, yeah, I will chat with y'all tomorrow. I guess that's the end of the stream. Triss, is there anything you want to say at the end or promote?
Give Aaron enough money on Ko-Fi or Patreon.
Aww. Thank you.
And read my fanfics.
Yes. Where can people find your fanfics?
I'm on Tumblr as Garden System TV and on Alcohol for Own as Garden System.
I will share your Tumblr. Night all. I'm gonna let the message go and I'm gonna wait about 10 seconds and then we'll sign off. And maybe tomorrow we'll hit the goal for seeing Killian.
Yes.
Though I can show you Killian, Triss, in a minute. Everyone else has to earn it.
Being privilege.
Bye all.